Honorable members, we will now observe a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable members and honorable guests, before we start with our proceedings for today, I'll request honorable guests that you are not part of the house. I humbly request that don't use your cell phone when you are up there. Don't clap hands because you are not the members of the house. Even if you want to enjoy what your principal or whoever is saying, just smile, laugh, you can smile, but you can't clap. Thank you very much. Secretary, please, you may read the next order.
Order number tablings and committee reports.
Honorable members, reports have been tabled through the ATC and referred to the relevant committee for further processing. Committee report with recommendation are also tabled through the ACT and will be debated in the next order. The next order, Secretary.
Order number 3, proceedings on bills. Northwest Appropriation Bill 2024, departmental votes. 3.1, Department of Health, vote 3. 3.2, Department of Social Development, vote 12. 3.3, Department of Education, vote 8. 3.4, Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, vote 4. 3.5, Northwest Appropriation Bill 2024, second and third reading.
Honorable members, I now call on the MEC for Health, Honorable Lehari, to present the departmental budget vote 3. Honorable Lehari, you have 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier Mukosi, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Chair of Chairs, Leader of Government Business, honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, honorable members of Executive Council, Chairperson of Portfolio, Honorable Mahahani, House of Tradition and Cohesion, Chairperson Kosi Maupe, MMCs and Chairperson of Health, our HG, Mr. Mungale, member of the Executive Management from the Department, leaders of faith-based organizations, leaders of trade unions, leaders of academic institutions, our traditional health practitioners, our governance structures, hospital board, mental health review board, clinic committees, and council for Northwest nursing colleges, our professional nurses and doctors, members of media, by both about Bugonibu Prima, by the Madam Speaker, I remain humbled and honored to be afforded an opportunity to address this esteemed House and continue to assure the people of the Northwest Province that through this departmental budget and policy speech, we assert our commitment to work for developmental government that puts the interests of the people first. Musa Kota, I ascend to this platform to deliver my maiden budget and policy speech for the Northwest Department of Health, optimistic of the prospect of taking health services to another level, taking it from where the former Honorable MEC Madoda Sambata left it. As we build on the foundation that has been laid by my predecessors and the 6th administration, I am confident that the ruling party, the African National Congress, policies which aim to address the historical inequalities in access of health services, especially in the rural areas and deprived communities, will be earnestly pursued. As per the ANC manifesto commitment on page 36, Honorable Premier, the department will implement all commitments as they are. Amongst many others, they include moving decisively towards implementing the national health insurance, strengthening health infrastructure, training personnel, creating a single electronic health and record, expanding the ideal clinic program to improve quality of care. Honourable members, the budget and policy speech takes place during the birth month of the former President Nelson Tata Mandela, the founding father of our nation, who left us with this eternal weight. What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we led. So said Mandela. It is for this reason, honourable members, that in the last 4 weeks I've been in office. We traveled the length and breadth of this province with senior managers of the department, using new solid program that shall enable the Department of Health to aggressively accelerate provision of primary health care services. These programs, Premier, are as follows. Rwana ka matlo, kopano ke matla, phela ka itekanelo, and working sessions. Honourable members, to cite one program as an example, through Rwana ka matlo, in my few weeks in office, we have already conducted oversight and monitoring at various health facilities, including Rexpan District Hospital, Jobs Mangana Taban Hospital, the Dasok Chapel Hospital, Mahike Provincial Hospital, Bupelo Kazatik Hospital, Jomololo Memorial Hospital. We have intervened in many of the needs and issues raised by stakeholders and management in these facilities, while other long-term intervention needs have already been registered in my office, Chairman of the portfolio. It is through this oversight and monitoring mechanism that we have gained insight in areas such as status of our clinics, community health care centers, and many other hospitals. It is in these facilities that we dealt with issues of patient care, security visibility, shortage of nurses and doctors, cleaners, and many other issues. Important to mention, Honourable Speaker, through our oversight in the last weeks, we have discovered that our people are hospital-centric. It essentially means that most people prefer services from our hospitals than the services they receive from their nearest clinics. The influx in our clinics is overburdening our hospitals. Thus, we have promptly developed a system to capacitate our clinics. Madam Speaker, as we delve into this important task, I am thrilled to present this budget and policy speech already emboldened by supporting stance of Honourable Premier Mukosi during his maiden speech of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, when he said, "We will improve livelihoods of the people of this province." Honourable members, the Northwest Department of Health will deliver critical primary health care services as required by the beautiful people of this province. We are working around the clock to increase the number of clinics in the province to operate 24/7. We are also looking at providing park homes and mobile clinics in remote areas experiencing challenges in accessing healthcare facilities. With budgetary constraints, we acknowledge that it is going to be a moment of task, but everything is possible. It is because people who are in power can do what is impossible to be possible for the people. That is the result of the magic. The ideas of the Freedom Charter are now finding expression through the National Health Insurance, by which the Honourable President Cyril Ramaphosa took a big step towards universal health coverage when he signed the NHI bill into an act of the Republic on Wednesday, 15, 2024. On the National Health Insurance, implementation in the Northwest Province. In preparation for the NHI fund for the coming 3 years, the Northwest Department of Health intends to implement, amongst others, the following: health system strengthening initiative, employment of additional healthcare professionals, improved hospital autonomy, health infrastructure improvements, reforming of service provider reimbursement system. The NHI grant, budgeted for just above 30 million, is to contract healthcare providers and mental health practitioners to our facilities. In the coming year, we are working on contracting those providers to see our patients in their facilities. Mahigan sub-district is identified as the site to pilot that project we call CAP, which stands for Contracting of Primary Healthcare Providers. Chairperson of the portfolio, towards reducing medical legal claims. The state of medical legal claims has reached almost crisis levels in the country. The medical legal claims take too much money from the already resource-strained state of, coffers. On the issue of dealing with high levels of unemployment, as part of our contribution, while we also build capacity within our facilities, the department plans to create around 1,000 jobs through various infrastructure projects. This cover and above filling of funded vacant posts that will be advertised in this financial year upon receiving concurrence from both the provincial treasury and the office of the premier. Honourable members, the department is intending to deal with the present issue of shortage of nurses and doctors by immediately filling all 106 vacant funded posts of nurses in this financial year. We will relook into other unfunded posts so far as nurses are concerned. We will continue to employ specialists, doctors, as and when vacant posts are available and budgeted for. Allocated budget for 2024-2025 per program. Madam Speaker, we have 8 programs. 1, administration, 1,162,269,000 rand. 2, district health services, 8,205,961,000 rand. Emergency medical services, 502,621,000 rand. Provincial hospital services, 2,365,646,000 rand. Central hospital services, number 4, 2,520,730,000. Health services and training, number 5, 290,352,000 rand. Health care support services, 766,650,000 rand. Health facilities and maintenance, 707,565,000 rand. The total budget for the department is 16,521,794,000 rand. Under administration program 1, it is public knowledge that the department was under section 101B administration, which took place some 3 years ago. The intervention was lifted at the end of March 2021, but effectively only ended on 12 July 2022. Prior to uplifting section 101B administration, an exit plan was developed and agreed upon, in terms of which the department would report on the outstanding areas for full attainment of the remaining targets drawn from the section 100 intervention plan. Now, the outstanding areas that we are still addressing, just to mention a few: the approval of the ideal organizational structure, which is at 80% complete; correcting the budget baseline for the department on eliminating ongoing problem of accruals; stabilization of the pharmaceutical section, which has mostly been achieved as medicine availability has been above 80% over the past financial year and continuing in the current financial year; strategic systems. Honorable Speaker and the House, as we continue to strengthen our systems, we plan to implement the patient administration and billing system pilot project during the 2023-24 financial year. The department is also in the process of upgrading the drug supply management system, aiming to improve efficiency and better availability of medicine. On special programs, the department also renders special programs and services to the needy and vulnerable groups, and this we do with our partners and various stakeholders. Today, the department has managed to conduct 5 disability disclosure awareness campaigns for employees in all 4 districts and 1 at the provincial level. Health talks were conducted for persons with disability from the community in all 4 districts. Honourable members, the department has conducted 4 advocacy awareness programs, including campaigns on how to raise a boy child and gender-based violence dialogues for the community members from the 4th district. As part of capacitating our young people, the department was also able to launch the youth zone activation at 51 health facilities in our 4 districts. Human resource management. Honourable Speaker and the House, health is about people, including recruitment of appropriate human resources for the delivery of quality health services. I can report that the department has prioritized filling of the funded vacant replacement posts, and these are posts that became vacant effective from the 1st of April 2024. The department was able to fill 188 posts on a permanent basis, and the recruitment process are underway to fill vacant funded core business vacancies in the current financial year. There are also several key senior vacant positions within structure that need to be urgently filled. I will seek urgent concurrence to fill all this, including the listed. Those are senior positions that are there. Director General for District Health Services, Chief Financial Officer, and the rest. Premier, in terms of our plans to upskill our internal staff who are employed as artisans and maintenance personnel in our health facilities, I am happy to report that training has been targeted for the 2nd and 3rd quarters of this financial year. Currently, the department is compiling list of nominees. We are also making progress on the development of ideal organization structure project. Consultation with stakeholders such as trade unions would follow soon once internal consultation processes are concluded. The leadership target for 2024-25, as planned in the strategic planning document, is the registration of 100 unemployed youth on higher certificate in auxiliary nurses. You can say assistant nurses. For 2024-25, the department is planning to register 90 candidates on an internship program. On labor relations, Honourable Speaker in the House, the department has prioritized all labor relations matters as part of creating labor peace, which will intensify during the Section 101B period. Health is an essential service, and we continue to engage labor to avoid unprotected industrial actions which can impair service delivery. There is a resounding conclusion and progress noted of cases. Several other cases with SIU, including those of employees doing business with organs of state, personal equipment case, and 1 case of employees who were identified to have unlawfully claimed benefits from the unemployed insurance fund. Security. We are also concerned about physical security in all our health facilities. I can report that security for guarding services for all our facilities for a period of 3 years will be implemented this year. Program 2, District Health Services. Strategic health programs. Honourable Speaker in the House, the core health service branch of the department carries one of the critical mandates, which include prevention and management of diseases. In recent times, our province has proven capable of managing and curtailing the spread of diseases like COVID-19 and measles. I'm happy to announce that the latest outbreak disease to hit our country, monkeypox, has not spread out to our province. However, our disease outbreak response and surveillance teams are on high alert. We are implementing the National Strategic Plan for the prevention, treatment, and management of HIV, TB, and sexually transmitted infections. The role of the Provincial Council on AIDS is central in the implementation of the NSP, and key to their responsibility is strengthening the civil society response in this regard. We will also continue to pursue the 95-95-95 targets to ensure that 95% of people living with HIV in the province know their status. To 95% of those who know their status are initiated on treatment. And lastly, 95% of those on treatment achieve viral suppression. Ex-mine workers program. Honorable Speaker and the House, this program has been more than 44,000 ex-mine workers being identified from record as eligible for compensation. To date, more than 27,000 ex-mine workers and beneficiaries had accessed services at the one-stop service site in the 4th district. The total value of claims paid to date is over 232 million rand. Program 3, Emergency Medical Services. The department continues to implement plans for improved emergency medical services. This service is operated from 20 EMC stations, 4 EMC call centers, and 7 forensic pathology service mortuaries across the province. And we intend to complete the Pukeng forensic mortuary, which is currently undergoing major upgrade this financial year. There are 128 ambulances, with only 64 that are functional, and the other 64 are at different missions for various repairs and other involved in accidents, putting a huge pressure on the service. Over the years, the department has been procuring ambulances, with 47 being the highest in 2021-22 and 25 being the least in 2023-24 due to budget constraints. Alternate procurement through full maintenance lease has been initiated, and process is expected to be finalized this financial year, which will deploy over 50 red fleet vehicles. Program 4 and Program 5, Provincial and Central Hospital Services. Madam Speaker, these two programs manage our provincial and central hospitals respectively. It is also in these programs that the department has succeeded in forging some of the strategic partnerships that have produced some of the clinical breakthrough of the department during the 2023-24 financial year. The department has improved capacity to diagnose and treat cancer disease by installation of the second radiation therapy, additional computed tomography. Furthermore, the department has initiated a progress to improve its diagnostic capacities through investing in high-end healthcare technology by procuring the magnetic resources imaging, scan for job, Simangala Tabani Hospital, and the mammography X-ray units for JST, MPH, and Posh Hospital in 2024-25. Strategic partnership. The department, in partnership with Northwest University, initiated a process led by the university to establish the first medical school in the province. Progress registered thus far have been approved from ESCO. Support of the project by both Health and Higher Education and Technology National Department. Furthermore, 80% of curriculum developed. A project to build a new 600-bedded tertiary hospital in partnership with various mining houses under the umbrella of Rustenburg Health Forum in Bujana is underway. Program 6, Health Science and Training. There is one Northwest Nursing College operating with 2 campuses in Mahikeng and Glasgow. The college is accredited by the Department of Higher Education and Training and the South African National Council to train 4 new curriculums since 2019. On annual basis, the Northwest College of Nursing will enroll 90 students. There is also one EMC college at which we await Health Professional Council of South Africa feedback following submission of application for accreditation for the diploma. Program 7, Health Care Support Services, Medicine Availability. Madam Speaker, in the current financial year, the medicine availability has been stabilized above 80%. At the end of June 2023, RFVs was at 89%. Expanded program on immunization and contraceptives remain above 90%. TB at 79%, oncology at 81%, and diabetes mellitus 85%. Furthermore, the financial management of pharmaceuticals has improved, resulting in 79% of 2024 accruals being paid and remaining with only 2 accounts that are on hold. As part of our plans to ensure access to medicine and availability, the department is building bulk pharmacies in the district, and we already saw the official opening of the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda Pharmacy at Fenderton. Another bulk pharmacy project is the Delaraville bulk pharmacy and is in progress. Program 8, Health Facilities Maintenance Infrastructure. Yes, we deliver. Infrastructure project. Honorable Speaker and the House, the department is implementing health infrastructure projects which include facility capacity project, maintenance, health technology, and medical equipment. In this regard, we have implemented a number of projects that have been completed, and there are those that are in progress. These are the 4 projects that we have completed in the last financial year. Fendersdorp Bulk Pharmacy, Steve Schwartz Clinic in Potchefstroom, Buikuzo Clinic in Fendersdorp, and Joe Morolo Hospital in Vryburg, with the focus on bulk water supply. Premier, there are projects that are in progress and are as follows: Bupelo Psychiatric Hospital, Lockspan District Hospital, Potchefstroom Hospital, and Hanyes Hospital. Speaker, the clinics that we started in the last previous years and are now in progress, nearing completion, and are the following: Rabulana Clinic, Muzori Clinic, and Marcus Zinjile Clinic. On the Premier, for the 2024-25 financial year, we are going to renovate the following 34 clinics. There are many. I'll just mention a few. Mohoba Clinic, Malateri Clinic, Bospras Clinic, Kokojani Clinic, Kokwani Clinic, Mazepe Clinic. The rest are there in the book. Honorable Speaker, for the current financial year, we are implementing the following projects for upgrades or refurbishment: Tahu Hospital, Luhurusi Hospital, Coastal Hospital, Sikkim Community Health Center, and Matilestad Community Health Center in question. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, these are our clear plans for this financial year, and we commit wholly that we will strive to implement all within our budget. In our endeavor to bring about quality healthcare services to our people, we will do so on time. Starting projects and not completing them on time also is a disservice to our people. On Premier, we will drastically improve. I am delivering this maiden speech in full conviction. We have the necessary support, skill and competence to deliver health service to the people of the Northwest Province. In the same breath, Madam Speaker, I wish to commit that we will work well with all members of the Portfolio Committee on behalf on health and shall implement all recommendations for the bettering and broadening our level of service delivery. To the community of Kodigu Prima, we appreciate your inputs, complaints lodged with Complaints Resolution Committee or direct with my office, and we will always be available to listen. Madam Speaker, esteemed heads that are sitting on my right side, we appreciate the efforts of every worker, from general workers to specialists and governance structures, because together we move the health system forward. This is inclusive of our hospital boards and clinic committees, our chief, our CEOs at the helm of our hospitals, our labor unions, and all other stakeholders who ensure not only functionality but stability in our facilities. Madam Speaker in the House, the philanthropic relationship we have with our strategic private partners, that is mine house, will help deliver more services to our people. And for that, we implore on them to continue to support us in our guests. We will always avail ourselves and be accountable to Premier, the Portfolio Committee, and importantly, to the people of this beautiful province. Madam Speaker in the House, health is wealth. Honourable members, allow me to descend this podium with this profound words. A leader must make positive impact and differences in the lives of people he or she leads. This important and complex department needs a strong leadership and intact governance. Honourable Speaker in the House, I live with this mantra. Great achievement or success in life is not everything. The most important thing in life is health and happiness. So says Lahari. This loaded statement is supported by sentiment by one Miss Poshaku, the CEO of John Kurolong Memorial Hospital, when she said during our oversight. A happy employee is a productive employee. Baby Yari, Molgolola, Muritre, Kaula Yanka, Singing, Sana Wasona, again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will call on Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Health and Social Development, Honorable Makhakhane, to lead the debate on the committee report of the Department of Health Annual Performance Plan 24-25. Honorable Makhakhane. Sorry, Honorable Makhakhane, we have 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Desmond Mahono, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Tsepa Khoza, Honorable Premier, Lazarus Kagiso Mokhosi, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Mutlalipulo Khosho, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Tebogo Modise, Leader of Government Business, Honorable Viola Muchumi, honorable members of the Executive Council, honorable fellow members of the Provincial Legislature, Maaparango Arona, Baagi, Baimbarona Batlotlego. Stand here to present the report on the Portfolio Committee on Health and Social Development, on the Department of Health annual performance plan budget, vote 3 on the provision of section 26 of the PFMA 1999 as follows. The Portfolio Committee met with the Department of Health on the 18th of July. The purpose of the meeting was to outline plans for the department and the budget to be allocated from implementing the set priorities, service that the department is mandated. I must start off by saying that I do agree with the MEC that this department is complex and needs strong leadership and intact governance. The Portfolio Committee deliberated on the presentation that was made by the department, and the deliberations are as follows. The committee raised a concern regarding the budget allocated for machinery and equipment, which facilitates for better service delivery. The budget needs to be prioritized to elevate the ideal status of medical facilities across our province in accordance to the norms and standards and requirements as envisaged in the National Health Insurance Act. The committee notes with concern the overemphasis on the increase in compensation of employees, while the budget for other allocations has been decreasing. For instance, the health facilities maintenance budget allocation needs to be prioritized and needs to be used accordingly to refurbish health facilities. The committee raised the concern that the annual performance plan for 2024 and 2025 did not display prior years that need to be utilized as the baseline of the current financial year. The plan of the new financial year should reflect non-financial and financial performance of previous years. The committee notes a concern that a number of graduates for the School of Nursing program are reduced, which affects the number of nurses that are provided in the province, and should be able to produce. As a department, we should be able to produce in order to meet the needs of the community and efficient service delivery and health facilities. The committee also sought clarity regarding the closure of the mortuary of the Lehuru Tizera Hospital Complex, where the fridges that were installed allegedly had been moved to Mahikeng Provincial Hospital. The department was requested to take the committee into confidence on the plans to deal with the mortuary services which were no longer available for the communities in Ramotsiremilwa. The committee is concerned with regarding the long-standing resolution to eradicate asbestos at all medical facilities in the 6th administration. And in addition, the Ziras Lehuru complex is still one of those facilities with asbestos roofing. We do acknowledge the renovations that are currently in place, but the roofing is still asbestos. The committee is greatly concerned regarding the lack of improvement with regards to EMR's dispatch systems in the province, coupled with the lack of sufficient EMRS Red Fleet vehicles, as this directly correlates with the performance of this program and prevention of loss of life, the accessibility of emergency medical services to all sectors in the province. The department did mention that it has procured an extra 100 ambulances, which also reflect the decline for its licensing, the deadline for licensing of the fleet in the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management. This committee also raised sharply a concern regard to the progress on the Department of Health to address accruals, as these deplete the budget of the department intended for service delivery. The committee is greatly concerned with regarding of licensing of additional medical facilities as gazetted according to the National Health Act. The matters surrounding the licensing of Taung Hospital, Jomorong Hospital, Duffsport, and Itsoseng Community Health Center, which affect the gazetted amount of beds, allocation of staff availability, and allocation of medicine at health facilities as a prime example. Therefore, in this regard, the committee raised the concern on the turnaround time for medical facilities, as this also affects patient satisfaction rate. The department committed to filling critical posts within the next 6 months after the appropriation of the budget. The following recommendations were made for the department. The committee recommended the following reports to be submitted to the committee within the next 10 days. The department must submit the list of prioritized critical posts to be filled in the coming 6 months. The department must submit a comprehensive status report on the healthcare support services and health facilities management program 8 with
2 minutes to go.
with regard to the following: licensing of pharmacies according to gazetted license of facilities, availability of medicine, medical, surgical supplies in facilities, allocated number of human resource for supply of medicine at hospitals, the utilization and revitalization grant to refurbish medical facilities, progress on capital infrastructure projects, the status of placement of asbestos facilities, a breakdown of each facility with asbestos structures in the roofing, whether it's also on the walling. The department must also provide a list of individuals, patients that utilize adherence clubs, which intend to improve adherence to treatment regimes and long-term retention in care among clinical stable patients. I would like to thank the members of the Portfolio Committee for executing their constitutional mandate during the Department of Health Annual Performance Plan 2004-2005 and Budget Vote 3. As the chairperson, I would like to further extend the appreciation for the MEC Lehare, the HOD of the department, as well as senior managers and all the committee support staff for their committed assistance and participation during the process of the APP. Not forgetting the dedicated health professionals who help our people on a daily basis, specifically those in the Zeras Hospital, led by Dr. Silwane, for their dedication and love and that they bring to their patients. The committee recommends that the House adopts the Annual Performance Plan 2024-2025 and the budget of the Department of Health, Vote 3, considering the committee deliberations and recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Does the House adopt the report? Yes, maybe. Thank you very much. I request all the speakers to come closer to the podium so that they don't take a lot of time coming to the podium. I will now call Honorable Williams for the ANC. You have 9 minutes.
Musa Kotlayo Tlotlegang, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Madumeki Segaetsu ke ikokobeditse. Honorable Speaker, the words of our former President and father, Comrade Nelson Mandela, as we remember him, says healthcare cannot be a question of income, it is a fundamental human right. Let the words of Madiba resonate within our hearts and remind us to strive for better healthcare for all. Upholding the legacy of our global icon in the health sector should be through implementation of the universal healthcare. The National Health Insurance aimed at providing quality basic healthcare services to all South Africans, irrespective of their income, but as a duty to ensure that all South Africans are afforded the opportunity to embrace fundamental human rights outlined in the Constitution. This was a significant milestone and a decisive move that takes us closer towards strengthening health infrastructure, training personnel, creating a single electronic health record in line with the ANC's objectives to provide health care for all. The core mandate of the health sector is to offer quality healthcare services to its communities. The department should therefore work efficiently in order to achieve its mandate. Adequate staffing of health facilities affecting quality healthcare provisions to the most impoverished communities must be prioritized. We applaud the purchase of 7 medical response vehicles and opening of the digital X-ray unit in Moses Kotane Hospital in Bojanala district. We further commend the responsive, caring and compassionate government of the ANC for refurbishing and extending the neonatal ward in Mafikeng Provincial Hospital in the Ngaka Molema district. The ANC applaud The applaud is also extended for decisive actions toward official opening of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Bulk Pharmacy and the launch of the state-of-the-art Bahamutibi Community Health Care Center in Ruth Mopati. As the ANC, we take note of the progress registered dealing with the shortage of medication in our many clinics. The opening of bulk pharmacy in Ventersdorp must set precedents for the continuation and the rollout of more infrastructure development of bulk pharmacies across the province. This program is critical in ensuring that medical supply and medication are delivered on time to health facilities. The shortage of medication has a serious challenge in some parts of the province, affecting provision of healthcare to our people. This will ensure that we achieve our set target of 100% medication supply. As we accelerate towards the 30 years of, as we celebrate 30 years of our freedom and democracy, including the transformative agenda of the ANC that has reduced healthcare infrastructure backlog, that is the legacy of apartheid deprivation, we dare not differ from the fact that much more still needs to be done. The pace of delivery must be accelerated to provide quality and dignified healthcare services for all our people, particularly those in our historically marginalized extreme rural communities. In the pursuit of implementation of the ANC manifesto, which has committed to promote lifestyles and preventative care campaigns, the ANC will ensure that social determinants of health are addressed in line with the district development plan. The rollout of the NHI requires the health sector to fast-track its construction, refurbishment, upgrading and maintenance project in order to meet required standard of ideal status of medical facilities throughout the health facility revitalization grant. The department must ensure that the grant is adequately utilized for the construction and advanced community health care centers, leaving no one of our communities behind. Lack of infrastructure capacity cannot be an acceptable excuse for the department to fail to provide quality services to our people. The closure of the Zerast Duruti complex mortuary needs immediate intervention. A hospital cannot operate without mortuary because if a person dies, the hospital will have to find alternative mortuary services. Alternatively, private mortuaries will have to be engaged, which will have serious financial implications to the health budget and affect service delivery. This includes long-awaited construction and upgrades of the facility, as the chairperson has agreed. We welcome the 2024-25 financial year. We welcome that the 2024-25 financial year has prioritized clinic project as part of the infrastructure delivery throughout the province. This will address the legacy of clinic shortages in our rural communities and improve delivery system focus on access, equity, efficiency, quality and sustainability. It will further close the gap for the upgrade and restoration of asbestos clinics, which has long been declared unhealthy and a threat to a life 13 or so years ago. The incorporation of medical students from our Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro Cuba SA Medical Science Program and health practitioners who have undergone training in nursing colleges around the province should be phased in to alleviate the shortage of staff at health institutions. The ANC commends the incremental implementation of 24-hour operating clinic upgrading program to improve access to primary health care, particularly for our historically marginalized rural communities that struggle whenever they have medical emergencies. The acceleration of the program will ensure that none of our communities are left behind. Rural communities also deserve quality health care. Gonne le bone ke bana ba batho. Bana le ditshwanelo tsa bone tsa botho le pholo di tshwanelwa ke go tlotliwa le go rekegelwa modulasetulo. The shortage of ambulances in the province affect the ability of healthcare professionals to reach patients in need of emergency healthcare. They heavily resilient and the heavy reliance on the utilization of private ambulances is a financial burden on the health budget. It also infringes on the rights of our poverty-stricken community members to access adequate emergency services. The emergency medical rescue services dispatch system in the province must be capacitated for our people's access to the much needed services in case of distress and to be afforded equal opportunity to life as those who can afford private EMRS. We therefore applaud the procurement of 100 additional ambulances targeted for this financial year. The augmentation of these vehicles will ensure effective service delivery and more life saving. We urge the department to prioritize rural areas in the deployment of these assets to cap the need that has been prevalent over the years. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, we acknowledge the programs outlined in the Health Department's annual performance plan to deal with internal and external challenges affecting productivity. This includes the objective to improve quality and dignified healthcare services to all people of the Northwest, leaving no one behind. The ANC therefore supports and moves for the adoption of the annual performance plan as well as the budget vote allocation to deepen transformation and accelerate provision of quality healthcare for all. Ke a leboga Mosapelo.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members of the legislature, I will humbly request you that the rule still stands. No eating in the house, no drink. You can only drink water. Unwa metsi hela, o ka se wa ja kgotsa wa nwa seno se sengwe. Honorable Bugatti, you have 10 minutes.
Mokgalemane Speaker, o jang. Ke a leboga Speaker. Tla ke tse tšhono go dumedisa keteledipele ya Official Opposition Party mo Northwest, EFF, led by Mr. Sheikh Butswe. Ke dumedisa dikgosi le baagi ba Bokone Bophirima. Ba go dumela. Honorable Speaker, the foundation of the Department of Health is Section 27 of the Constitution, which grants everyone the right to access health care. This means that not only must the department provide health care services to everyone, but it must ensure that such health care is accessible. This foundation is specifically important in a predominantly rural province like Northwest, where more than 80% of its population is reliant on public health care. It also means the availability of medication and dry stock, the availability of staff, the availability of beds, and not forgetting the condition of these facilities. However, the APP presented bear no reflection of this reality of the healthcare system in Northwest that is costing us the lives of our beloved ones every day. The unspoken reality is that the Department of Health is riddled with horrible testimonies of patients not being unattended to for long hours and dying untimely due to negligence and lack of resources. Community members are harassed with calls from the Finance Department of hospitals demanding payments for the services rendered. This is totally unacceptable, taking into cognizance the socio-economic status of the communities we serve. The elderly fear visiting hospitals because they stand a better chance of never returning home than actually getting well. Honorable Speaker, let us not forget a tragic incident that occurred at Bophelong Hospital where newborn babies were put in boxes. Schweizer Hospital, ba tlhapa ka metsi a maruru le kajeno. Ba tsogile ba tlhapa ka metsi a maruru. About 6 days ago, a family from Mtsiwa called Mahikeng Provincial Hospital for dispatch of an ambulance due to a medical emergency and was told that there were none available. That evening, their loved one died in their arms. Another resident of Mahikeng called with a similar request and was told that there was only one ambulance which was unavailable at the time. And they too watched as their loved one took their last breath. Honorable Speaker, Northwest Province has recorded the second longest waiting times at public clinics in the country after Free State, with residents arriving at the clinic as early as 6 a.m. only to be assisted around midday. A recent survey indicated that commonly reported stockouts at clinics include HIV and TB medication, pain medicines such as paracetamol, ibuprofen, cardiac medicines like aspirin, contraceptives, dry stock such as bandages and needles, maternal health medicines, psychiatric medicines, and different vaccines. These stockouts can reportedly last up to 6 months. Honorable Speaker, less than a week ago, an elderly lady from Delareyville was incorrectly declared deceased by the Gillespie Hospital, causing unimaginable trauma to her and her family, and all the department did was apologize. This, together with mountains of legal cases the department keeps losing, is testament to its negligence. In your address, Honorable Premier, you outlined that Northwest Province will collaborate with Northwest University and other medical institutions to increase number of specialists and professionals in the province. When engaging in that, please also look into establishing a medical fellowship program with fellow African countries to foster academics, research, innovation, and skills exchange. We also request the MEC of Health to ensure that all payment backlogs of pharmaceutical companies are permanently resolved to put an end to medicine stock out. We further propose that you look into decolonizing procurement of health services and goods by giving all health facilities disaggregated autonomy to establish governance and internal capacity building for procurement of goods and services, and also ensure that hospital managers are appropriately qualified for stewardship of public resources. Actual ambulances that are functional and not donkey carts and bicycles must be procured within this financial year and equally distributed throughout the province. And all the 64 ambulances that are under repairs must be accounted for. Lastly, we request that staffing shortages be resolved in the department. This must not only be in paper to reduce waiting times at both clinics and hospitals across the province, because one life lost is one too many. Honorable Speaker, we therefore reject the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bukatu. I will now call Honorable Van Heestien. Order. Honorable members. I will now call Honorable Van Heestien, 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, today we consider fundamental freedom of the residents of Northwest. Enshrined in Chapter 2, Section 27 of our Constitution, it is stated that everyone has the right to access to healthcare services, including reproductive healthcare. The state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of these rights. No one may be refused emergency medical treatment. That's in the Constitution. This is but one of the many rights that Helen Suzman fought tirelessly for against the apartheid government when she stood fast as the only member of the Progressive Party in Parliament for 13 years. When we today consider the budget vote on health, we must ask ourselves one core question. Does the budget advance the rights of residents of North West to have access to healthcare services? That's the question. The Department of Health informed the Portfolio Committee that it intends to make provision for 8 programs in the 24-25 budget. These programs are 1. Administration, budgeted at 1.1 billion. Now, this budget relates to the approved organizational structure as such, there's not much that can be done regarding this allocation at this stage. There are critical vacancies that must be filled in order to ensure the provision of healthcare services in North West. As such, the DA will vote to approve the first budget vote, namely administration. District health services, budgeted at 8.2 billion. This budget vote is reasonable considering the availability of funds. As such, the DA will vote to approve the second budget vote, namely district hospital services. Then we come to emergency medical services, budgeted at 502 million. Now, I must voice my concern on this note, Honourable Lehane. During the deliberations, the Portfolio Committee was informed, as you also confirmed, that a minimum of 437 ambulances are needed to ensure the rendering of emergency medical services to residents of North West. Currently, the department only owns 128 ambulances, of which only 64 are in a running condition. This means we have an 85% shortage of available ambulances in this province. The department's proposal to address this shortfall is to lease 100 ambulances during this and the coming financial year. Surely this cannot be seen as a sustainable solution to the problem and will only be a temporary solution. The department will need to reapply its mind to this vote and present a sustainable plan with timelines to the committee on how it intends to address this 80% shortfall of ambulances in this province. The intended budget does not find a way forward for better access to healthcare for residents in North West, and it inherently denies residents access to emergency medical treatment, which I already stated, it is a constitutional right that no one may be refused emergency medical treatment. We are infringing on that right with this budget vote. As such, the DA will vote against the approval of the third budget, namely emergency medical services. Private hospital services, budgeted at 2.3 million. This budget vote is reasonable considering the availability of funds. As such, the DA will vote to approve the fourth budget vote. Central hospital services, budgeted at 2.5 billion. This budget vote is also reasonable considering the availability of funds, and as such, the DA will vote to approve the fifth budget vote. Then we come to health, science and training, budgeted at 290 million. Now, it is unclear how this budget vote was informed. According to the Democratic Nursing Organization of South Africa, there are approximately 20,000 unemployed nurses as of May 2023 in this country. Of this total, 500 unemployed nurses reside in the Northwest Province. The department needs to reconsider this budget vote, as it does not speak to the reality on the ground. We are continuously training, but we are not employing the already available workforce on the ground in Northwest. A majority of this vote could be better allocated to emergency services where we don't have ambulances, or healthcare support services where we do not have medicine. This vote is over-budgeted and not in line with the reality on the ground. As such, the DA will be voting against the approval of the sixth budget vote. Healthcare support services, budgeted at 766 million. This vote is severely under-budgeted. Failure to properly budget this vote is a root cause leading to patient dissatisfaction, improper medical care and patient death. It is no use building shining hospitals and clinics, fully staffing them, but not being able to provide patients with medication. The days where a patient is sent home after breaking his leg with only bandages and panados will stop under the seventh administration. As such, we as the DA cannot in good conscience support this budget vote. We will vote against the adoption of the seventh budget vote, healthcare support services. Then we come to the eighth budget vote, health facilities maintenance, budgeted at 707 million. There must be an emphasis shift in this budget vote from the building of new facilities and upgrading of existing facilities to the maintenance of existing facilities. We must ensure that all existing facilities are running optimally, equipment is working, and the backlog in maintenance is addressed as soon as possible. We cannot continue building new hospitals and clinics while existing ones are left to fall apart. Maintenance of these facilities would be a low-hanging fruit, as it places a lesser strain on the already strained budget and ensures the maximum number of Northwest residents feel the positive impact. Due to this misalignment in the budget, the DA will vote against the adoption of the 8th budget vote, namely health facilities maintenance. Although our focus today is the budget vote, which we as the DA reject in totality, we must emphasize that there are a plethora of administrative issues in this department, MEC, as well as a lack of morale and discipline by employees directly in interacting with the public. We look forward to bettering the lives of the Northwest residents and working with the MEC and department to achieve this. However, we cannot only meet one another in portfolio settings, MEC. The lack of responsiveness at this stage by your office and your officials must receive urgent attention. It cannot be that I personally sent you, MEC, an email regarding a critical patient on the 19th of July and to date have not even received a response. We must see responsiveness from all officials and public office bearers. Then Honourable Williams, I see she has left the chambers. But let us get one thing straight. Residents do not receive health care in Northwest by the grace of the ANC's hand. The funds come from the tax of hard-working South Africans, of which we saw this year the majority are not ANC supporters. We as the DA stand for constitutionalism. We stand for the rule of law. We will continue to fight to ensure the unfreedoms weighing down the residents of Northwest are removed, and that they are able to enjoy the freedom of access to healthcare and enjoy that freedom with dignity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now call Honourable Fundaba, your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is shocking to see the state of some of the healthcare facilities Northwest with patients waiting times to reach over 5 hours at some facilities. Apart from issues such as neglected infrastructure at healthcare facilities, the current major challenge are the ongoing shortage of professional staff and a continuous lack of sufficient medicine supply at facilities. Even where a boy of 5 died in Joburg in the Matlasana region because there weren't a basic thing like oxygen when he had an attack. Over 85% of healthcare users reported that there is not enough staff to meet the needs of all patients. Currently, there are 351 vacancies unfilled across 30 facilities, where most of these vacancies consist of professional nurses and enrolled nurse assistants. The healthcare system cannot afford to leave patients for more than 5 hours without medical assistance due to staff shortages. This is a problem that needs urgent attention and cannot be neglected anymore. The filling of these vacancies needs to be prioritized as a matter of urgency. This year so far, 148 reports were filed of medicine shortages over 63 facilities. Shockingly, 20 facilities reported that they don't have any medicine for up to 3 months, which includes HIV medicine, maternal health medicine, and TB medicine. Some patients were urged to rather go and buy medicine themselves because no guarantees could be given that stock would be made available in the near future. 79% of facilities were forced to borrow medicine supplies from other facilities, but that only increased stock challenges, because when the stock order arrives, they have to return the stock that they have borrowed. This cannot be the norm in our province. The Department of Health needs to urgently address these problems to ensure our citizens receive the health care that they are entitled to. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Funabart. Honourable Solo, your 3 minutes.
Honourable Speaker, the NHI became a controversial law and very much disturbing 14 days prior to elections when the president declared it. And one was asking herself several questions as to whether we will manage to adhere to the processes in relation to the NHI. The Honorable MEC indicated with 2 bullets the things that will be achieved will be 30 million, just above 30 million rand. And where we are standing, we are simply saying that the 30 million is not enough. And indeed, when we are talking about universal access to health, it should start with us as parliamentarians and stop to attend or go to private health centers or private hospitals. So that when you talk about the NHI, we should not disadvantage our own community within this particular province. It will be very much good for the honorable member to keep quiet as he is not the honorable speaker of this particular house, and respect the speaker on the podium and listen carefully so that when we implement some of these particular policies, we implement them with caution and diligence that we are supposed to do it. And we are further saying that we were supposed to have created the state fund to this particular regard. And unfortunately, the Honorable MEC responsible for health is not a communist. If he was a communist, I will also urge him to do what Honorable Madoda Sambat, the MEC of Agriculture, did when he was in an accident and attended to Tepong Hospital, because he knew that there were facilities that he bought that will assist him during that particular period.
Members,
And it can be correct that we have shortages of nurses.
allow the speaker to speak.
We have shortages of nurses in this particular regard in the province. And it is upon our good self that we ensure that we do have the local college of nursing around here, just next to the university and very less than a kilo from where we are. There are nurses who graduated from that particular college and they are roaming around. We need to have a plan to make sure that we attend to this. We are reclaiming our dignity as a Mkhonto. The Honorable MEC, you did not even touch the issue of traditional.
Your time is up. Thank you. Honorable Mangope. You have 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Mutlotlegi Musa Kutla, Premier, and members of the House, you cause Sahel and Fano Luchibahets of Konimukirim. Hapuna Sepese Mutukasi, Sola, Sesi Wiluinki, Tona de Harimo, Punya Hape, Kunte Fela Hapuri Kiri, Humanatu Sibala. Mme tota se motho o se batla go bona gore a dilo tse a di buileng a di a go direga le gore tota lenaneo le a nang nalo la go di dira a ke le tsepameng. Rona re le Exodus re tla mo ema nokeng ga re bona gore lenaneo la ntse a le buisa fa ke lone. There is no amount of speeches that will hide the fact that our health facilities are under-resourced. What we must confront is the reality that the systematic deterioration of our healthcare systems is a consequence of decades of incompetence, mismanagement, and to a large extent, corruption. It is clear that while ordinary South Africans bear the brunt of a dysfunctional public healthcare system, the decision makers responsible for its near collapse are the same individuals who benefit from private medical aid, thus shielding themselves from the consequences of their poor leadership. This is why one of the highlights of Action SA health policy is the withdrawal of all private medical contributions for public office holders and elected representatives. Instead, MECs and MPLs will be mandated to utilize only public health care services without preferential treatment at our public facilities. Make no mistake, this will be an effective mechanism to ensure that those entrusted with the responsibility will work exclusively to deliver quality public health services for our public facilities. Yaanong se sengwe ba gaetsho se nna ke ratang ke teng se ka tlhalosega ka gore ke bona dipotso tse dintsi ke sepatele sa thusong gore tota go diragetseng ka sepatele sele ga o feta fa le motho o ka lla dikeledi ka gore ga go tlhole ke makgasa ga gona sepe tota se se dirileng gore sepatele seo se nne jaana ke a leboga.
Thank you, honorable members. I will now call Honorable Dial, 10 minutes. Honorable Dial, 10 minutes.
Ke a go leboga mmusa kgotla ebile ke a go dumedisa le ntlo ga go yotlhe e kgethegileng tonakgolo mokgosi ditulo ka go latelana. Musa Kota, as we pay our final homage to the commemoration of Nelson Mandela Month this July, let us be inspired by his words and remember that, and I quote him, there are times when a leader must move out ahead of the flock, go off in a new direction, confident that he is leading his people in the right direction. In the words of Madiba, let us take this opportunity to commend President Cyril Ramaphosa for finally signing the NHI bill into a law, a concept that was initiated 13 years ago by former President Jacob Zuma and the team as a green paper published for public consultation. A historic moment in our history as we anticipate the possibility of a reality where equality for all and access to universal health care is achieved. As the ANC, we take note of the positive impact that the Northwest Department of Health has achieved in the last 30 years of our freedom and democracy. As we celebrate this milestone, the historically marginalized masses of our people have access to state-of-the-art medical facilities, medication, progressive health, progressive rehabilitation centers, and all other facilities in that space. As the ANC, the ANC has proved that it shall never betray the vision espoused in the Freedom Charter, and we must therefore celebrate the achievements and ensure that the gains of freedom realized through our progressive social policy are defended and advanced further in the decade ahead. The Central Chronic Medicine Dispensing and Distribution Program is an essential health initiative that has provided an alternative mechanism to facilitate access to medicine. The establishment of external pick-up points offers patients, especially elderly people, more convenient options to collect their repeat medicine. This has ensured that chronic patients do not default on their medicine and enjoy their right to access of a healthy living. The launch of compensation fund for healthcare professionals in rural areas was crucial to ensure adequate placement of quality healthcare professionals in under-resourced and marginalized communities. And this has also increased and improved the health conditions of our people in those areas. As a province with historically marginalized communities, we continue to implement the rural allowance policy to address challenges of shortage of healthcare professionals in those areas in those parts of our provinces. Doctors and nurses are a backbone of our health system and must be duly compensated in line with PHSD SBC resolutions. This will bridge the urban-rural divide as well as address inadequacies or address inequalities and encourage doctors and nurses to work in public clinics and hospitals in far-flung areas of our beautiful province of the Northwest. As the department deals with the recruitment of health professionals to rural communities, It must ensure that they are not subjected to difficult conditions or conditions of working. Recruitment must be intensified to reduce workload as well as fatigue experienced by healthcare professionals. That has resulted in an upsurge of challenges of medical malpractices, medical insurances, and civil litigations. We welcome the interventions measured to deal with the medical negligence cases in the form of provincial provincial mother, child, women, and health forums, and implementation of health adverse incident management programs in responding to the issues that we raised, Mebogatsu. We welcome the efforts to address lack of capacity in rural clinics to resolve challenges affecting health practitioners, such as inadequate salaries, lack of security, unstable electric supply, lack of advanced quality equipment, and inadequate ambulances in those areas. These challenges affect the effectiveness of nurses and doctors to provide quality basic healthcare services to our communities. Infrastructure development of medical facilities is imperative to ensure a conducive and productive work environment that provides access, equity, efficiency, quality, and sustainable healthcare services to our vulnerable societies. The sixth administration resolution to dispose of all asbestos at health facilities across the province must be put to action, and this priority project must be accelerated through implementation of Asbestos Abatement Regulation 2020 promulgated under the Occupational Health and Safety Act number 85 of 1993. Exposure of patients and workers to asbestos fiber is very dangerous because it can cause lung cancer, larynx, and ovaries and so not so safe. Our mission as the ANC is to improve health status of our people through prevention of illnesses and promotion of healthy living. As directed by the ANC manifesto, the department must leverage new technologies like telemedicine, artificial intelligence in healthcare to enable health professionals to remotely perform high-end surgeries and provide specialized oncology, dialysis, reconstructive cosmetic surgeries, and transplant units. It is important for our hospitals to possess facilities, to possess capabilities, capacities to attend healthcare needs of our people, no matter the medical procedures. Our manifesto and January 8 statements reminded us that health is and remains a priority of the African National Congress government. The department needs to improve provision of mobile clinics that visit our rural communities while clinic building projects are ongoing. We must reach the poor and marginalized people in our communities. We welcome the initiative to address long waiting time for emergency medical services, medical shortages, high cost of long traveling problems to access clinics through patient transport. Honorable members who came here to debate that there are problems in that space. Many of our people still need intervention in the department in order to access basic health services for treatment of general casualties, critical injuries, provision of family planning services, and screening for HIV/AIDS and other sexually related diseases. We commend the department for ensuring that the Northwest forms part of the South Africa-Cuba cooperation in the field of public health and medical science, also known as Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro Health Collaboration, which is aimed at reducing shortage of doctors in South Africa and in other health practitioners. We also call on the department to increase its support for the 15 registered and accredited nursing colleges across the province of the Northwest. This will open opportunities for students from poor and needy childhood-headed families to find employment, Honorable Hastian, have career and become dignified and responsible citizens of our beautiful province of the Northwest. We acknowledge the program and policies pronounced in the Health Department Annual Performance Plan which intends to deal with the internal and external challenges facing the productivity and its objective to provide quality healthcare services to the people of the Northwest. The ANC supports and move for the adoption of the annual plan performance 2020, the annual performance plan, as well as the 2024 budget vote for the Department of Health in the Northwest Province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dial. Members, it will be important that you acclimatize yourself with our rule book. Rule 54, if you can read it, it will guide you nicely. Ruti, now I call the MEC to close the debate. You have 6 minutes. Six minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will just be quick, 6 minutes. But some of the questions, I do not support everything from the speech because I was limited. I will reflect on the NHI a little bit. But on Honorable Hatu, for the first time today, I don't have a better way to do your talking sense. Thank you very much. We look forward to continue to engage with yourself on issues and concerns. Yeah. Now, on the, just to reflect, MEC Madod is here, Madod Samba is a witness. Those who were responsible for babies in boxes, because this one, everybody have interest, but that matter is closed. So those who were responsible are undergoing this kind of hearing, including the CEO. So there was no need for babies to be put in boxes. But those who were responsible did not follow protocols to play their part. So that thing happened. It will never happen again. We'll try our best. Yeah, unless now Honorable Fanny Easter. Leasing of ambulances. When properly implemented, full maintenance lease is a solution to challenges relating to ambulances. In my speech, I talk about 50 that you must. So we are going there. Now, let me touch a little bit on. We are given 40 minutes to present our budget, so you can't say everything here. If I talk about NHI, it will be the whole report for today. Now, what is the significance of this NHI? This act means to establish a fund to purchase healthcare services for the whole population of the country. That is all citizens and the registered citizens. The main objective is to achieve universal access to healthcare services in line with Section 27 of the Constitution of South Africa. The fund will purchase services from both private and public users for all individuals who need services, irrespective of their financial status, met my former colleague. Thank you. Now, on the Silas, some of the questions, Madam Speaker, I will send them in writing because I have 6 minutes. I know that everything, they will follow you like a pit. Now, the Silas Liguris complex operating courses. The Real Liguris Hospital is earmarked to go through a tender for the construction of the contractor in the third quarter of this financial year. The contractor is expected to start the renovation in the fourth quarter. The department has also started with the planning of the development of Reserve Hospital, and implementation is expected to start in the next financial year. Now, another question is a follow-up question. You can also combine with Rustenburg. How the department intends to deal with the removal of mutual residencies, pathology services from Zira hospitals or any other hospitals within it constitute the public. The newly purchased mortuary drawer has been delivered to the hospital. On July 29, the contractor is anticipated to begin, it was supposed to begin installing this cabinet. A new mortuary will be built as part of Zira's hospital's renovation. What are the department plans for the emergency management services? is there in the report. Let me summarize again. The department adopted emergency management services framework in 2020 at the first summit. This has been a guiding document for the transformation of EMS. The key elements of the framework were adopted and pursued. Increase the red fleet. Now, we have 108 ambulances.
As we wrap up, MEC.
Oh. Let me wrap up. Summary, how the department intend to deal with asbestos, which is very important also. We don't want first aid weapon here. The department is in the process of eradicating all asbestos facilities in the province. Currently, the one that was Rabulana is being demolished, and a new brick and mortar facility is under construction. The expected date of completion is December 2024. Currently, a contractor has been appointed to demolish and build new structures using alternative building methods at Lohane, Kogonyani, and Mutimola clinics. This project is expected to be completed by March. We have eight clinics with asbestos. This year we are doing 4, next year 4. The issue of asbestos will be history. The rest of the answers will follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. In terms of Rule 245, subsection 1 of our standing rule, I will now read the roll call to
Ke teng yana ga ke ikamanye.
Honorable Butswe,
Ke teng Motlotlegang.
Honorable Dabambe,
President Speaker.
Honorable Danji,
Ke teng Mosakgotla ya tlotlegang.
Honorable Dai,
Ke teng Mosakgotla.
Honorable Kolomela,
President Speaker.
Honorable Funabout,
And Vora Speaker.
Honorable Koza,
President Speaker.
Honorable Kuno,
President Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Lehari,
President Speaker.
Honorable Linkupani,
Ke teng Mosakgotla.
Honorable Makakani,
President Speaker,
Honorable Maini,
President Speaker.
Honorable Makokua, Honorable Mangope,
President Speaker.
Honorable Mate,
President Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mudise,
President Speaker.
Honorable Mwema,
President Speaker.
Honorable Mohono, present. Honorable Mukhosi,
President Speaker.
Honorable Mukua,
President Speaker.
Honorable Mulapisi,
President Speaker.
Honorable Musenuchi, I'm sorry, Honorable Murweng,
Mosakgotla ke teng thata.
Honorable Musenuchi,
President Speaker.
Honorable Mutsumi,
President Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Fosha,
Ke teng Mosakgotla.
Honorable Sambati,
President Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sibikwe,
President Speaker.
Honorable Sonakini,
Johan.
Honorable Sonti,
Tikona Semlong.
Honorable Steenkamp,
President Speaker.
Honorable Stale,
President Speaker.
Honorable Tapi,
ke teng Mosakgotla.
Honorable Tsuba,
Ke fane Mosakgotla.
Honorable Van Heerstien,
President Speaker.
Honorable Walbon,
President Speaker.
Honorable Williams,
Ke teng Mosakgotla.
thank you very much, honorable members. I have certified myself that the House is in majority to adopt the budget program by program. Program 1, Administration, 1,162,269,000 rand. Does the House agree?
Yes.
Program 2 years habit. Program 2 district health services, 8,205,961,000 rand. Does the House agree?
Yes.
Yes, habit. Program 3 emergency medical services, 502,621,000 rand. Does the House agree?
No.
Yes, habit. Program 4 provincial hospital services, 2,365,646,000 rand. Does the House agree?
Yes.
Program 5 central hospital services, 2,520,730,000 rand. Does the House agree?
Yes.
Program number 6, yes, habit. Health science and training, 290,352,000 rand. Does the House agree?
No.
Yes, habit. Program 7, healthcare support services, 766,650,000 rand. Does the House agree?
No.
Yes, habit. Program 8, health facilities management, 707,565,000 rand. Does the House agree?
No.
Yes, habit. Thank you, honorable members. The Department of Health budget for 2024-25 totaling to 16,521,794,000 rand is now adopted. The MEC, you can now expend. Thank you, MEC. Honorable members, I now call the MEC for Social Development, Honorable Danji, to present the departmental budget speech vote 12. Honorable Danji, you have 40 minutes.
Yes, I tell you that I'm begging you suitcase.
Order, members, guests, go out in silence. Guests, please. Members in the gallery, the house is still on. Honorable members, can we allow the MEC? Honorable MEC, you have 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Re ke tse tšhono e ke dumedise ntlo ya gago, ke dumedise maloko a mantle a palamente, ke dumedise mopremiri wa rona wa Bokone Bophirima, Ntate Lazarus Mokgosi, ba dira mmogo le nna maloko a the Executive Council, mayors, executive mayors, baagi ba Bokone Bophirima, le magosi a rona, all leaders of the political parties, ke a le dumedisa. Santla fela Mmusakgotla Ntetle, ke beye pele ga ntlo ya gago tekatekanyetsokabo ya 12 ya Lefapha la Katlaatlelo Leago. Mme fa ke dira jalo Mmusakgotla, ke rata go leboga Mokgatlho wa African National Congress yo o busang e lona o tshwere mokobobo wa 58% mo Bokone Bophirima. Ke rata go leboga ka gore ba mphile tšhono ya gore ke move from the legislative sector to the other sector. Ke rata go leboga thata Honorable Premier and the African National Congress led by Ntate Maloi. Honorable Speaker, I am presenting this budget speech and policy statement with pride and passion during a month in which we celebrate the birth and the life of our first democratically elected president, Ntate Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. In 1961, our father, our icon, has this to say when explaining his decision to continue with his political work underground. As I quote, "For my own part, I have made my choice. I will not leave South Africa, nor will I surrender. Only through hardship, sacrifice, and militant action can freedom be won. The struggle is my life. I will continue fighting for freedom until the end of my days. Close quote. The words of this icon, our father, who walked the African soil, continue to provide us with great courage to defend democracy and advance freedom. His words resonate very well with our resolve as the Department of Social Development to roll up our sleeves, hand in hand, working with our NPOs, Mahosi Aruna, our religious leaders, the NDA, SASA, and benefiting organizations to create awareness on the services that we provide. This would help us to broaden our social net to cover all deserving families. Indeed, the struggle continues. Motlhotlhe re buisa kgotlhang, re le lefapha re sile re tlhatlhegile, ga re kitla re phela kwa ga motlhaga re thakgaletse, ga re kitla re tlhaba kgobe ka mmutla go fitlhelela dithebolelo tsa ditirelo tsa loago di fitlhelela baagi ba rona ka kakaretso. Letlhako le lešwa le agalelwa mo go le legologolo. Ka jalo, honorable members, re tswelela re le lefapha go rebola ditirelo go tloga mo bao ba neng ba le teng pele ga rona gonne mo tlhako ya pele e gatileng teng ke mo tlhakong ya morago e gatang teng. We really appreciate work done thus far by the former MEC, the current Premier, Ntate Nazimu Kgosi. Ke mo re yang go simolola ko teng. We are not going to reinvent new things. We are going to just proceed and help our people. The department derives its core mandate from Section 27, subsection 1C of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which provides for the right of access to appropriate social assistance to all those unable to support themselves and their dependents. This mandate finds expressions in the National Development Plan and is the third priority in the ANC manifesto to strengthen comprehensive social security and reduce the cost of living. This is the mandate that we intend to carry forward without fail. And as the department and our members, rooted in uplifting the needy from the throes of poverty, we want to assure the people of the Northwest that through our peoples-oriented programs, working together with SAFA and NDA, we will speed up and roll out services focusing more on deep rural areas for the betterment of our people. We have already begun with the rollout of 100 Days program to mark my first 3 months in office. This program is meant to reach out to the most vulnerable community members to unlock service delivery bottlenecks and make significant impact in the lives of the recipient of our services. Mopresidente wa rona wa naga fa a ne a tlhalosa o kopile thata gore re le mafapha ka kakaretso re ntsha the red tapes where we are deployed, where we are leading. Indeed, as the department, we are prepared to remove those red tapes. We shall continue to strengthen oversight over all funded and unfunded NGOs to ensure full compliance with the requirements of the law. We will also collaborate with social workers to ensure their proper assignment and deployment to all wards within the province. We shall leave no one behind. We all know, honorable members, that it was a resolution of this House, as presented by the former Premier, that each ward must have a social worker. Indeed, we are prepared to do that. And we'll also take forward what the Premier said when we were doing one-on-one with him, that Tunakolo said to me, I nearly said Honorable Speaker, the Tunakolo said to me, MEC, as we do this social workers, ward by ward, and the MEC finance, also we share a happen already, what is our Nahadili Isimeno. And I assure you, Honorable Premier, that indeed you are also going to do that. Our members, we invest more in uplifting the livelihood of our people. The benefits of social grants in our communities extend beyond individual beneficiaries to the broader society. Our policies programs have always been pro-poor, such our social relief distress, social assistance to learners, psychosocial support, school nutrition, school uniforms, and dignity packs. These intervention measures have made significant impact over the past 30 years in reducing poverty by bridging education gap for learners from the families that are really struggling in the Northwest Province. In the year under review, honorable members, a total of 543,786 full-time learners who wrote their National Senior Certificate examinations were social grant beneficiaries. Honorable MEC Educations, we are together on that celebration. We congratulate these learners, including those that were in our funded child and youth care centers, who have also passed matric with bachelor's and diploma entries to tertiary institutions. We will, together with various stakeholders and our members, continue to build on the success of these impactful interventions that have lifted many of our people out of poverty. Food inadequacy in our province or members is currently at 29.6% in terms of households surveyed released by the State SA. To mitigate this challenge, we have provided funding to 28 community nutrition and development centers in the most deprived wards to ensure that our people have access to sufficient, safe, nutritious food that meets their dietary needs. Our target for this year is to provide nutritious meals to 15,156 people in our funded feeding centers against the previous target of 5,400 rands. Our members, through the social relief of distress program, we will continue to support the food insecure households and individuals experiencing distress, undue hardships, and those affected by the disasters. The support is in the form of food parcels, which has benefited 7,917 households, and sanitary packs benefiting 6,736 indigent learners and women who, for a period of 12 months, we intend to improve our performance in this current year through interventions mechanisms currently in place and working together with unions and other partners. Our partners that include Education Department, Health. Over 24,000 children in the Northwest are receiving foster care grants. In this current financial year, we will fund one additional child youth care center in Bojanala to reach out to more vulnerable children. Honorable Speaker, our departmental policy on material support and economic strengthening for households and community initiatives is bearing fruits to all of us. Through this policy, we will continue to provide material support in the form of equipment and stock to women-owned cooperatives and small, medium, and macro enterprises in rural areas across the province. In this financial year only, we intend to reach out to 120 SMMEs and five cooperatives. We have set aside 3,500,000 for this groundbreaking initiative to enhance the resilience of women during economic turmoil. We must just encourage them that as and when this process are reaching the ground, they must be part of the processes. Honourable members, gender-based violence is still rife in our communities. We are saddened by reports of violence against many women, girls, children, the elderly, people with disabilities in some of our communities. This calls for a concerted effort from our all leaders and community members to fight the scourge of gender-based violence. For this monster of gender-based violence, no strong political organization, we are all affected. We must work together. In the reporting period, we funded 20 NPOs to provide GBV services to all service points across the province. 792 victims of gender-based violence and femicide received sheltering services. Chair. We have made a very positive impact in the reduction of social crime incidents through provision of prevention, early intervention, and tertiary interventions with our communities. During the period under review, the department has reached 55,662 people through social crime prevention programs. We have also appointed accreditation structures for social crime prevention programs to provide support to ensure compliance to prescribed and provision of quality services to children in conflict with the law. Honorable members, the department is responsible for the implementation of Pillar 4 of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide 2030, with this focus on the provision and strengthening of an integrated community and institutional response, care, support and healing to GBVF survivors and their families. To this end, we have recorded the following key milestones, honorable members: provision for sheltering services to 1,074 victims of gender-based violence and provided psychosocial support services to 16,043 victims of crime and violence, including gender-based violence and femicide. Our members, let me hasten to announce that the Anglo-American Platinum Mine has donated a safe house to the department to accommodate the victims of gender-based violence in Rustenburg. This is part of the public private partnership that we have been calling for. We really appreciate and welcome the positive gesture and the initiative. It will help our people to be able to receive services from the department, and we are ready also as the department to equip the center. Substance abuse amongst children and adolescents is a public health and social problem that has become a challenge in our country, not only in the Northwest. It destroys the moral fiber of our society. In addressing issues of substance abuse in the province, the department, through implementation of substance abuse prevention and rehabilitation services programs, have reached 150,772 people. Up to this far, 3,207 people have access to our substance use disorders treatment services, honorable members. We have also established the JB Max Inpatient Treatment Center, which is situated at Veteran Hospital premises. The center is the only state-run treatment center providing inpatient treatment services to drug users in the Northwest Province. The department is prioritizing increasing professional personnel for the center to function at full capacity. We will fast-track the operationalization of the Taung Treatment Center to make inpatient treatment services also accessible to the communities of Dr. RSM at large. Honorable members, during the opening of the legislature address, our Honorable Premier Ntate Mokgosi announced the opening of the new rehabilitation centers in Ngaka-Modiro-Molema and Bujanala district respectively, to help young people grappling with challenges and drugs and substance abuse. We are indeed very much excited, Honorable Premier, about these initiatives, and we will work together with other sister departments and your office to make sure that this becomes a reality and our people and the deserving, the poor of the poor that need these services are really catered for. Honorable Speaker, we are working hand in hand with the American Consulate to address the high levels of HIV infections in the country through implementation of a project called Government to Government. This project is a collaboration project between the National Department of Social Development and the United States Agency for International Development, funded through the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. This project will assist our province to reach the sustainable HIV epidemic control. It will also help the province to improve the health, well-being, and protection of children, adolescents, and families, to strengthen the social services system to provide effective responses. 3 districts in this case will benefit out of the program. The Honorable MEC Health has talked to 95 in terms of HIV. We also want to appreciate, and I think I'm also speaking on behalf of the MEC Education Zona Khulu, for you delegating us to attend the Germany HIV conference. We have learned a lot and will come handy working together. Out of that conference, it's very clear that the health department alone cannot do it. We must all work together and we must rope in the Department of Agriculture because food security is also important for our people who are affected. Honourable Speaker, youth unemployment is one of the greatest challenges we face as a province. As part of our continued contribution to national and provincial efforts to address this challenge, the department will employ 26 graduates through our internship program as soon as necessary approval from the relevant authorities is done. We have also submitted the expression of interest to the Health and Welfare Sector to implement the learnership program targeting 100 unemployed youth in the child and youth care work discipline. The funding that we provide to non-profit organizations has a great benefit to our people. In the previous financial year, the department managed to create 1,198 work opportunities through funded NPOs that provide social services program and activities to our people. For this year, honorable members, our target is to create 1,251 work opportunities. Out of this figure, 60% of the jobs will be women, 43% for unemployed youth, 7% for our people with disabilities. As part of our intensified effort to fight unemployment, we have identified 50 unemployed youth in Dielpan, Swahili, for enrollment in the skills development program initiated by the department. 23 youth enrolled for code 10 driver's license, whilst 27 enrolled for security training. The training was conducted in Sanetsof and Punwana respectively. We are pleased to report to this house that training for 23 youth who enrolled for security have completed their training and awaiting their PISA certificate. Of the 27 youth who registered for driver's licenses, 17 have already received their licenses, 3 tested on 29th July 2024, 3 will test on the 31st July 2024, and the remaining on the 1st August 2024. That's the greatest achievement brought to you by the government of the African National Congress with 58% in the Northwest. Honourable Speaker, the expanded public works program remains another key intervention measure in reducing the level of poverty in many households across the province. We have set aside 4.4 million to implement this program in the current financial year. We commit to work together with the Department of Public Works in addressing the varied concerns and challenges identified by the Premier to make sure that this program is sustainable. In addition to that, honorable members of this House and honorable Speaker, we have engaged or requested the Premier to continue engaging the Department of Public Works as per the intervention and the request of the Portfolio Committee, that we have a lot of buildings that are not utilized in this province. And Public Works must ensure that they give us those departments to ensure that our communities, through our NPOs and other organizations, are able to utilize those buildings so that they are not white elephants at the end of the day. Se se raya gore bagolo ba rona re tlile go kgona go fokotsa botlhokatiro mo ngwageng yo re leng mo go yone o, re tlile go kgona go fokotsa lehuma go ya ka ledi leo re tlabeng re na le lone. We have commenced with the admission of elderly people at our state-run old age home in Taung. Since December 2023 to date, 10 elderly people aged 60 and above have been admitted. The Taung Old Age Home is the second state-run facility in Tatabotswe after Sonop, which the department has established to cater for the needs of senior citizens across the province. It has 64 beds for frail care units, 30 independent rooms, and 6 beds for assisted living services. The operation of this old age home underlines our commitment to improve the quality of life of our older persons. And we continue to do that. Tatebutswe. Our active aging program, which is popularly known as Gold Games, is growing in quantum leaps and bounds. On an annual basis, these games attract a vast number of elderly people who are participating in various sporting courses at the service point, district, provincial level. This game provides the department with the necessary platform to enhance the quality of life for older persons. This is one of the issues that were raised by the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. I remember Honorable Mate was very much vocal on it, and indeed, we are going to deliver without fail on this program. Honourable Speaker, the primary focus of social development services is to render generic and social services to improve the livelihoods of the vulnerable groups, including people with disabilities. In the year under review, the department has provided psychosocial support to persons with disabilities, including learners in 32 schools in our province. We are committed, honourable members, to strengthen the partnership with civil society organizations that provide daycare, residential, protective workshops, and social rehabilitation services. It was very close to his heart, and he made sure that improvement happened within 1 month in his office. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, for my MC for that. The people of Mokwasi are very happy in terms of that initiative. Honorable members, Honorable members, the South African Social Security Agency is making great strides towards poverty alleviation in the most of the households across the breadth and length of our province. In June this year, SASSA paid a total 1.3 million social grants amounting to 1.3 billion rand. The percentage of individuals that benefited from social grants from 6.3% in 2019 to 7.5% in 2024. Approximately 35.1% of the provincial households depend on social grants. And the agency budgeted 21,800,000 rand for all forms of distress. It's very important, honourable members, to also present this. We know that SASSA does not necessarily account to us as a department at the provincial level. They account nationally to the department, but the reality is that they are servicing our people in the Northwest. So we have interest on what is happening. It's very important for members of this House to know as we continue to also hold them accountable. The National Development Agency, which also falls within the social development nationally as part of our family, have the responsibility of contributing towards eradication of poverty in its causes in our communities. And in discharging its mandate, National Development Agency has empowered and enhanced capacity of 570 beneficiaries from civil society organizations in the Northwest Province. In the current financial year, the agency will establish 3 community-owned enterprises in Rato, Taung, and Salomon municipalities. The agency and the agency and social security play a critical role in building more cohesive communities within our province, and also to tackle the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We intend to strengthen our working relations with these 2 important partners to avoid unnecessary duplications. As we engage with the 2 agencies on the one-on-one sessions, we also agree that we must have a program that will help our young people as and when they reach 18 years. From 19 years, we create something for them. Either it's a learnership, because the poor child is still struggling, but the grants no longer get the grants. But we must then help them and make sure that they benefit out of all other initiatives in the department. Those are the priorities, honorable members, from the department for the period of 2024-2025. We will expand the social behavior change program across the province through the continued support and partnership with the United States Agency of International Development. And President's emergency plan for AIDS relief grant, the department dispersed through government-to-government programs, which will end in 2026. And we have started to engage the national department that on this program, we are fully aware that is their program, but in the Northwest Province, we also want to be part and parcel when we identify the NGOs or whoever that must benefit, must also be taken on board, rather than being told that certain districts will benefit, other districts are not benefiting. Then we also intend to know the criteria, but we are very much happy for those districts that will benefit out of the program. The Department of Social Development is allocated a total budget of 1,810,809,000 rands. This departmental allocation is broken down as follows, honorable members. 242,679,000 rands, that is for Program 1, Administration. 674,725,000 rand for Program 2, Social Welfare Services. 388,063,000 rands, that is your Program 3, Children and Families. 305,831,000 rands, that's your Program 4, Restorative Services. 199,511,000 rands, the last program, that is Development and Research. Honorable Premier and Honorable MEC Finance, the figures reported in this budget speech, as well as programs that the department needs to undertake compared to the funds allocated, shows a picture of a department that is underfunded. But in the same vein, as a department, we have taken a decision that we must also relook into the funding model within the programs in the department to make sure that they are all aligned. This is supported by the fact, Honorable Premier, that almost 66%, now 1.8 billion, over 66% of the total budget goes to the compensation of employees, and only 34% services our people. Of this remaining 34% of operational budget, 39% is allocated to NPOs. This is an area that we have to engage on as we move forward because to whom much is given, much is required. As and when the interventions in Kudiacha, it is disaster, Manaba Sokola, social development is expected as their mandate, of course, to intervene. But the money is allocated for that intervention for the previous financial year, it was only 15 million. We cannot do anything with 15 million for those interventions that are disasters and everything. You cannot. The Deputy Chair of the African National Congress, I withdraw back. Badira mmogo le nna batho ba me badira mmogo le nna e le bakhuduthamaga bo botlhe ra leboga. I also thank honorable members for their continued support in pursuit of service delivery to the masses of our people. A word of gratitude also goes to the Portfolio Committee on Health and Social Development, led by Honorable Mayor Karabo Makgakane. We have listened, we have heard the Portfolio Committee, and in this budget vote, Honorable Chair, we can attest to it that most of the things that the Portfolio Committee have instructed us to do, we have tried our level best. It might not be enough, but in terms of the impact, because the committee was more vocal on the impact of the department, we have demonstrated through this budget vote the impact this department is doing to change lives of our people. I also express my gratitude to the winning team, social development as a whole, under the stewardship of the acting HOD, Ndate Ngobe, as well as district service points and supporting institutions and organizations. We really need to appreciate honorable members the work done thus far by the department under the stewardship of the acting. We all know what happened in social development. We know the challenges in social development. But as I was presenting here, I never talked of challenges in social development. That means the former MPs with the current premier, the acting HOD did good job. They did marvelous job. I was surprised as the former speaker getting into social development, seeing some of this improvement around. I'm making a social development table. Really, there's a lot that has been happening, but still more has to be done. But we really want to appreciate and thank the social development family, the National Development Agency, South African Social Security Agency, ke leboga makhanselara le magosi a rona ko metseng ka gore tiro e re dirang re le lefapha like Chief Atlhola a bua ke tiro ya setšhaba and e tshwere mokwatlo wa mafapha a otlhe and ya tumetsa setšhaba sa rona gaufi le batho ba rona le magosi a rona makhanselara a rona le ba dira tiro e ntle honorable my maiden speech. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I want to take courage from the wise words of the North men and the stalwarts of freedom fighter, our icon, Dr. Nelson Mandela, as I quote him for the last time. What counts in life is not the mere that we have lived. It is what difference we make to the lives of others. That will determine the significance of the lives of our people that we live. Dr. Nelson Mandela was correct, honorable member. What he said, Madam
Cannot be correct, you fail to. Thank you,
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable member. Honorable members,
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
honorable members,
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you are not in charge of this house. You can't allow MEC to act the way they act. Because of my issue, Honorable Chairman, my issue, Deputy Speaker, MEC on Nakadi.
On a point of order, Chief.
Honorable Botwe, can you take your seat?
Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speaker, can we get Deputy
Honorable members,
Deputy Speaker,
honorable.
can you
Honorable Mono, just in our back.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm on the screen. Can I just protect you?
Order, honorable members, order. Order.
No. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker,
You
yes,
may proceed, honorable Hosho. Order.
Deputy Speaker.
All members order in the house.
Deputy Speaker.
All members order in the house.
Deputy Speaker.
All members order in the house.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Hosho.
Can you try to ensure that there's a decorum in the house? Let us all restore the order in this house, because we've been elected by the people to come and represent them. And let us do as such. We have rules of the house. If there are points of orders, we are able to follow through in that manner. And can we ensure that we align, because in terms of the business of the day, we are in budget speeches. We are not here for attacking one another. And in that order, Chair, I'm going to request that let us proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable. I will make a ruling. Can I make a ruling? Honorable,
For making a ruling,
please, when the speaker stops you, please stop and listen to the speaker. Can I now call the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Health and Social Development to come and lead the debates on Committee Report for Social Development, Annual Performance Plan 2024-2025? You have 8 minutes, honorable member.
Okay. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Sepokoza.
Honorable Mokhatsu, please be in order. Can you proceed? Honorable
Honorable Deputy Chair, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Botwe.
Now you become partisan. Now you become partisan. You can't recognize us while we raise our hands. And it's under this rule. Can you please recognize us?
I will do that, honorable. I will do that, honorable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you take your seat? Can you proceed, honorable Makakane?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Sepokoza. Honorable Premier Lazarus Kagiso Mokosi. Honorable members of the executive, House of Traditional Leaders, distinguished guests, I greet you. I rise to present the report of the Portfolio Committee on Health and Social Development on the Department of Social Development, Vote 12, on the provision section 26 of the PFMA of 1999. The committee deliberated a lot, and we do support what the MEC just said, that this department is the backbone of all other departments. The committee deliberated as follows. The committee raised the concern regarding the reduced number of households accessing food through food security programs. The prior year distribution formulates the baseline for the current year targets, and the reduction therefore exposes more households to food insecurity. And would like to thank the recent conference that shows the importance of food security. The committee is concerned regarding the foster care orders under Program 3. The number is alarming, which has led to a strain in resources and backlog for both the Department of Social Development and Department of Justice. The committee inquired on the plans to collaboration between the Department of Social Development and Justice to mitigate this matter. Furthermore, the committee raised a growing concern regarding the absence of school of industry for high school students. This hinders the skill development and creation of pathways of young people in the province. We must also illustrate that this program of School of Industry has been converted into children and youth care centers, and under the Children's Act of 38 of 2005. Therefore, they are no longer any schools of industry, but rather children and youth care centers. The committee raised a concern that the department seems to operate from a contract-based performance as opposed to an impact-based performance. And we are grateful, Honorable MEC, that you are going to follow through on the impact base. The focus is on qualitative reporting, which does not necessarily translate into impact and delivery of services to communities. The committee highlighted the model that is used in historically white and affluent old age homes and child youth care centers seems to be more efficient, and that they should be used as a model for those in disadvantaged Black NPOs to create an enabling environment that caters more efficiently to our communities. The department must prioritize training and development for all NPOs. The South African Social Security Agency is an agency that implements the distribution of social grants. The committee raised the concern that the synergy and collaboration between the agency and department did not find expression in the annual performance plan, as is directly linked to the mandate of the department. Furthermore, the department must consider developing a program such as Adopt, which is similar to Adopt a School of the Department of Education, to perhaps adopt a village that will help villages like Madunke, Matlasi, where the community and the schools there need social security assistance urgently. The committee notes that SASSA has a national mandate. However, the change of grant payments pay points affects the community negatively in the province, as they are attempting to travel to new pay points, which cost them more and which are far-flung from them. Therefore, the committee sought clarity on the plan of the department to mitigate this challenge. The committee also applauded the Department for Rapid Disaster Assistance, which happened in an indigent family in Ward 17, Joran-Lachte, where they had a fire, and the MEC was on site almost immediately. Additionally, the incorporating deliberations of the committee as you were presenting, MEC, we appreciate that and applaud that. The committee also acknowledges the sub-program of early childhood centers that have been allocated, that has been transferred to the Department of Education. The transition has led to the two departments sharing the workforce, which an alarming need for work-based social workers is also highlighted. The committee sought clarity on the progress of the Department of Social Worker in actually addressing the transition. The committee raised a concern regarding social relief with regard to the distribution of food parcels, as previously the department could provide these to households with seedlings and cultivars and ensure the sustainability of food security. The committee sought a clarity on what plans are in place for collaboration with the Department of Agriculture to ensure that there is food security. The committee raised a concern regarding the number of clients in substance abuse facilities that should be prioritized. The two treatment centers in Daung and Vedran Potchefstroom need to be fully operational and address social issues of substance abuse. The committee recommends as follows. The department must submit a situation analysis of the department before the conclusion of the next APP and strategic plan for the next 5 years, which the researchers and the committee will go through and make their inputs before the adoption of the APPs. The department must develop and submit a comprehensive report regarding the funding of NPOs and increase state residential care facilities within 7 days. The department must submit an assessment report on Adopt a Village, a proposed Adopt a Village. Within 7 days, the department must submit a detailed report on the interventions of food security and also include seedlings with the Department of Agriculture, as well as uniforms which are for Adopt a School with SASSA within 7 days. The department must identify schools for SASSA so that there is a continuous progress of social assistance. The department must also be able to provide feedback to the community
Remaining, honorable member.
regularly regarding the progress of the partnership. The department must submit a strategy to prioritize the human resources of the department according to ward-based model as identified as a need per service area. Department must submit a detailed report on collaboration with SASSA regarding the establishment of all pay points and plans to collaborate with the Department of Economic Development by paying through electronic banking and also using local businesses in the area. The department must submit a status report on the collaboration with the Department of Justice regarding foster care orders backlog in the department. The department must also submit a comprehensive report of the numbers of students enrolled in the School of Industry and consider the establishment of School of Industry As mentioned, these are now CYCs. As the chairperson, I would like to thank all the members of the Portfolio Committee for their commitment to the oversight process of the annual performance plan and budget. Budget vote for 2024-2025 of the Department of Social Development, vote 12. In addition, I'd like to extend my greatest gratitude to the MEC for Social Development, Mayor Basisana Danji, the HOD senior managers, and all our social workers who go over and beyond to be there for our communities. The chairperson, I would like to also to thank the support staff contribution to the production of the report and also for their continuous support. I present to this House the report of the Portfolio Committee on Health and Social Development for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. May I now call Honorable Kuno of the ANC. You have 9 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Premier Rerasi Mukhosi, the very capable MEC of Social Development, Ms. Susan Danje, and your team, our MECs, members of the provincial legislature, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On the occasion of the unveiling of the ANC election manifesto on the 24th of February 2024, President Cyril Ramaphosa made the following remarks. Over the past 30 years, the people of South Africa, led by the ANC, have been at the forefront of a movement to construct a new South Africa. We will learn from the past, from mistakes and setbacks, as we learn from achievements. We will do better, we will do more, and we will do it faster together. The ANC's performance in the historic elections of 29th of May 2024, especially in the Northwest Province, will serve as an inspiration that we should spare no effort in intensify our efforts to continuously improve the quality of the lives of our people. We are resolute in living up to the manifesto commitments we made to our people. These commitments will serve as a critical guide in the work we will do, especially in the area of social development. Our election manifesto has 6 key priorities. In the context of social development, we will focus on the following, primarily over the course of the next 5 years. We will tackle the high cost of living, and in that regard, we will continue the war on poverty by providing comprehensive social security and basic services and addressing the impact of rising prices on households. We will also intensify our efforts to protect the value of social grants for children, the elderly, and persons with disability. We commend and take pride in the work that the department has done to ensure that the elderly, the disabled, women and children of this society find alternative homes and facilities through the NPO funding program. To date, more than 3,200 older persons have access to residential facilities, community-based care, and statutory services. More than 11,600 children have been placed in child and youth care centers, registered under drop-in centers, and partial care facilities. 285 victims of gender-based violence received sheltering services, and more than 140 people with disabilities have access to protective workshop facilities. Non-profit organizations play a critical role in our society. They amplify the work of government by offering specialized services to overcome critical challenges faced by our people. They are the ones who support, rehabilitate, and interact with our people who face life's almost devastating challenges on a daily basis. The department must strengthen this very important collaboration with the NPO sector. The NPO funding model needs to be reinforced to ensure that long-term contract-based NPOs are registered and funded. When the department has NPO operating long-term, the social protection impact targets of NPOs will be achievable and more vulnerable people of our society will be reached. We must take stock and ensure that our position on social cohesion finds expression in the work of the department to ensure that we create a better life for all. The department is tasked with advocating for the weak and fragile, a convener of communities, and a support structure to help citizens become stronger, stable, and self-reliant individuals. As we continue our journey of renewal and nation building, we know that the following challenges that need to be managed to ensure that we achieve a caring, self-reliant, and prosperous society. Lack of long-term contracts with service providers for social relief distress programs impacting negatively on the fight against triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality faced by our communities. We welcome the introduction of technology and digital advanced programs for efficient record keeping and payment payment management. The Sustainable Livelihood Program is critical in ensuring that the department is able to reach more impoverished communities. The program advocates for community mobilization, community development, and the call to ensure that appropriate services and interventions for individuals, households, and communities are formulated and, importantly, implemented. We commend the department's adoption of an impact-based operating approach as opposed to contact-based. This will ensure that more lives are impacted and more livelihoods are protected. The food security program must take flight as many who are from impoverished communities suffer from extreme hunger and poverty. Household food and nutrition security program should be reinforced to ensure that many of our poverty-stricken families are able to put on a plate food so that we can accelerate reduction of poverty in our household. We shouldn't just feed our people, we must empower, not to solely rely on the food program, but to have sustainable food security mechanisms to provide food for their families. The department must reevaluate the food sustainable program to mitigate against hunger. Partnerships must be fostered with the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development to formulate sustainable food programs such as distribution of seedlings for food production and farming skills development. The adage declares, if you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. But if you teach a man how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. We welcome acceleration of the ANC's manifesto 3 priority by strengthening our social security program to reduce vulnerable social exclusion and inequality throughout our communities. As part of our renewed
2 minutes remaining, honorable member.
As part of our renewed socio-economic contract with our people, we must increase our disaster response capacity. The ANC-led government, thank you, my assistant on my left, the ANC-led government must intensify the fight against dispossession, exclusion, and marginalization of our people. We will not leave anyone behind us as we move towards determining the future of the province. We acknowledge the programs and policies pronouncement of the Social Development Department in its annual performance plan to deal with internal and external challenges affecting productivity and its aims and goals to provide quality and dignified social protection services to the people of the province. We recommit our support to the MEC and the department. In conclusion, the ANC support and the annual performance plan as well as the budget vote of the Department of Social Development. Thank you very much to the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable member. I will now call Honorable Dukolomela of the EFF. You have 10 minutes.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, Memo Hono, Premier Bokoni Pirima, Date Lazarus Mokhosi, and then our Deputy Speaker, Date Koza, leaders of the EFF led by Commissioner Sheikh Boswe, members of the executive, members of the provincial legislature, the Khosizarwa Bahida Bokoni Pirima, Ahejuka Ludumedisa. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Department of Social Development is meant to be an exceptional example of hope to the people of our province, whose lives are plagued with the countless injustices of the socio-economic challenges they are subjected to. However, the department continues to adopt a very retiring low-target approach in providing aid to the people of this province, which is in no way aligned with the budget available to them annually. They seem to believe that the suffering in the province is an illusion only microscoped by statistics. We were hoping that all the submission of the improvement that were registered last year will be addressed at this point, with at least a slight differences, and yet even that has failed. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this year the Department of Social Development collapsed a lot of non-profit organizations due to the mismanagement of funds allocated for such a program that relies solely on the Department of Pay Staff. The people who run NPOs have complained tirelessly about the shortage of the much-needed equipment that assists them to run smoothly in order to provide services to the people the department keeps neglecting. Numerous organizations, to mention some but few, the Abraham Krill Child and Youth Care Center, which is meant for children that are reported as vulnerable by Retabile Child and Youth Care Center, which help children who are sexually assaulted and victims of domestic violence, are all suffering financially as a result of the department underspending on the allocated budget. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is honestly disheartening to observe the struggle experienced by NPOs when it comes to receiving funds from this department. Nothing is taken serious, and clearly our people below the breadline are still going to suffer, according to the embarrassing report of this department. The NPO near the prison in JB Max is in dire need for support and assistance, but remain disparate as it is. Elif Old Age Home in Christiana, Silverjack Old Age Home in Swaziland, Kisokeli Sedi in Rustenburg, and Equipment Center of the Blind are waiting for outstanding funds, which this good for nothing department fails to account for. The lack of vision in department hinders a lot of progress that could have long been registered. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Social Development is still dropping the ball consistently by setting ridiculously low targets of not fit for the provincial level. The department cannot be in position to celebrate small milestones such as placing 1,000 youth in skill development programs and 100 youth in development structures. We have serious concerns pertaining accountability of children currently placed in child care center and a backlog of foster care management plan. Northwest is one of the provinces with a large number of social worker graduates. Here the department continues to show less interest in building capacity to fight the social ills we are faced with. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department is comfortable in its reluctance. This reluctance to improve can be seen from the restorative services program, which indicates the number of victims of gender-based violence, femicide, who access sheltering service target around 800. The EFF made a submission last year for an increase of these facilities, given that our province has over 4.1 million people. Unfortunately, we still with only 2 facilities for crisis center, of which one is in Freiburg and another being in Banaba Women's Forum in Ventersdorp, which does not even have sufficient space for victims. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the EFF reiterates with the same energy as last year is called for the MEC to ensure that all schools in the province have permanent social workers. The EFF has called on the department to ensure that every ward is allocated social worker and they give monthly report on their work in ward. This submission was tabled 2 years back, but due to strained relationship of the ABC and HOD, this request never found expression. But Honorable MEC will carry on adding social worker in our ward. So re kopa gore ba nne teng ba thariwe ba bonagale because ra ba batla ba bone. So re kopa gore e ka re tla isala morago gore because we are on ra ba tloka. The EFF calls on the department to ensure that the social relief of distress program is well absorbed to alleviate hunger and starvation in many households of our provinces facing an undue hardship. The EFF calls on the department to ensure that funding for NPOs is well administered by accountable individuals as these entities alleviate poverty and equally address social ills. The EFF calls on the department to ensure that strict monitoring mechanisms are put in place to ensure that officials of the department who abuse funds directed to
2 minutes remaining, honorable member.
dealt with decisively failure by the department to logically take advice on how to cap the increasing social ills in our province, leaves the EFF with no choice but to reject this budget. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank Thank you, Honorable Member. Can I call now Honorable Van Hastings? You have 8 minutes.
Honourable Speaker, the Department of Social Development is of crucial importance to safeguard the well-being of the most vulnerable people of this community. The department also has a difficult task in that in many instances it must link up with other departments and spheres of government to fulfill its political mandate. The Department of Social Development informed the Portfolio Committee that it intends to make provision for 5 programs in the 24-25 budget. Now these programs, I'll quickly run through them. The first is administration, budgeted at 242 million. The DA will vote for the approval of this priority budget. The second is social welfare services, budgeted at over 674 million rand. Now from this amount, 52% will be spent on salaries. Only 15% will actually be spent on the sustenance of services to older persons programs through service clubs, old age homes and service centres, provision of services to people with disabilities and people affected and infected by HIV and AIDS, and the payment of household transfers to departmental employees. This priority budget is clearly skewed and will not change the status quo and will not see an increase in the number of lives being bettered in the coming financial year. As such, the DA will vote against the budget for priority number 2. Then the third priority is children and families, budgeted at 388 million. A massive 72% of this priority budget will be spent on salaries. Only 7% will be spent on the payment of contractual obligations and maintenance of welfare facilities. Even more shocking is that only 21% of this budget will be spent on transfers to children's homes and NPIs providing services to vulnerable children and families. This priority will not change the status quo and will not see an increase in the number of vulnerable children and families whose lives are being bettered in the coming financial year. As such, the DA will vote against priority budget number 3. Then we come to restorative services. It gets worse and worse. It comes to restorative services, budgeted at 305 million. A massive 75% of this priority budget will be spent on salaries. Only 10% of the budget will be used to actually fund policy priorities related to restorative services and provision of services to victims of violence and crimes and service users. Only an amount of 5.3 million has been allocated for the construction of a treatment centre in the Bojinala district and the payment of the final account of the Tohum treatment centre. 5.3 million. Maybe in the private sector, but not in the government. That money will not achieve its goal. This priority will not change the status quo and will not see an increase in the number of vulnerable children and families whose lives are being bettered. As such, the DA will vote against priority budget 4. Development and research. Now here there's a budget of 199 million. And as promised, members, it gets worse. In this vote, a mammoth 80% of the budget has been allocated to salaries. 8% has been allocated for the training and skills development of the unemployed youth and women, empowerment services and women empowerment services. 12% of the vote is allocated for the provision of poverty alleviation and sustainable livelihoods. This priority will not change the status quo and will not see a betterment in the lives of the residents of Northwest. As such, the DA will vote against the priority budget number 4. Now, in general, the DA rejects, apology, that was budget number 5. In totality, the DA rejects the budget. And let me summarize for you why. Today I stand here saddened by what I see. Speaker, can I be protected?
You are protected. You can proceed. Order, honorable members.
Today I stand here saddened by what I see in this department's budget. This is clearly a department that has completely lost its way and is no longer in touch with its core mandate. The core mandate is to alleviate the burdens of the most vulnerable of this community. Most of these people became vulnerable because of the previous failures of the ANC governments in this province, yet we are still stepping on them. Sometimes as much as 80% of the priority budget is spent on salaries. And the MEC completely agrees. Even in her budget speech on page 18, she says that the majority, as much as 60% of the total budget is spent on salaries. And she says this is an area that we will have to engage on as we move forward. We have moved forward. It's the 7th administration. Nothing is changing. But I need to remind the Honourable Speaker, and I need to remind the MEC of the core mandate that she wrote in her very speech. The primary focus on page 12, the primary focus of social development services is to render generic social services to improve the livelihoods of the vulnerable groups, including people with disabilities. The core mandate is not to create jobs. This budget is not one of a government who cares. We as the DA pride ourselves in not only being an effective government, but also being in touch with the needs of our people. As such, the DA will endeavour to work with the current elected portfolio members and with the current MEC and administrative officials of the department to ensure that the department is brought back into touch with this core mandate. The DA will work to ensure that a caring government is brought to the Northwest for the very first time and reaches all the people in this province to remove their unfreedoms and restore their dignity. I have faith in the ability of the residents of Northwest to persevere. The residents of Northwest and we as a country as a whole have persevered for the past 30 years. With a
You
change
have
of
2
government
minutes
now
remaining,
starting,
Honourable Member.
with a change of government now starting at long last, we implore the residents of Northwest to further persevere. A caring DA government is on the way.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will skip Honourable Grunewald, Honourable Teme. Honourable Tsolo, you have 3 minutes. Please switch on the mic, Honourable Member.
Motlotlegi Musa Kgotla, ke ne ke re ga re ntse re goga leina la molwelakgololesego wa rona le mokgaratlhi. Re tshwanetse go itse le go lemoga gore ga le kitla le tlisa diphetogo dipe le go tlisa ditirelo mo bokone bophirima. Re tshwanetse gape gore ga re ntse re bua ka mokobobo le diperesente di le 50 tseo re ikgantshang ebile re ipela ka tsone, re itse gore di na le bogwaragwara mo di tsamayang teng, ebile Motswana o kile a bua gore selo sa aparetswe ke bolele. Ga re re sentse re sa aparetswe ke bolele, Motswana ga a batla go nyeletsa motlhala o ne a goga a tswatswaila mogatla wa phiri gore o seka wa bona ko selo se feletseng teng. Ke ne ke re ga re ntse re bua jaana mokhuduthamaga wa lefapha re itumelela gore o bo re boleletse gore SASSA e ikarabela ko ntlokgolo, mme le ga e ikarabela ko ntlokgolo jalo bagodi ba rona mo porofenseng ba tshwanetse gore ba tlhokomelwe. E sale re re ba ntshe mo teng ga matlo a rona a dipolokelo go bona lodinyana le go teng ba sokola mme ba fola mela e metelele mo ebileng e le gore ba bangwe ga ba tsoko ba tshwarwa poo. Re dira jang go sekaseka go busetsa bagodi ba rona ko matlong dipolokelong go fokotsa gore ba seka ba tshwarwa dipoo. Ke lemogile gape gore go na le ntlha nngwe e o buileng ka yone e ne go bua ka dikhutsana, mme yone e ne go bua ka dikhutsana le bana ba rona ba ba tlhokang tshegetso. Ga ke itse gore ga o ne o bua ka bana ba le 64 ke mekgwa e feng e lefapha e e dirisitseng kgotsa mekgwa e feng e le e dirisitseng go lemoga gore ba ke bone bao ba tshwanetseng ke tiro e o e buileng ya gore ba kgone gore ba iponele tse di ntseng yana. Ga re bua ka bao ba sa itekanelang sentle mo tlhaloganyong, Motlotlegi Musa Kgotla ntetla gore ke idigele sentle mokhuduthamaga ba kgone gore ba bone gore ba nna jang le ditogamano tse di ka re thusang go ya ko pele mo porofenseng ya rona. Ga re kitla re kgona gore e re go na le molwetse o sa itekanelang sentle mo tlhaloganyong a na le motsadi o e leng gore ke mogodi wa
In
ba dingwaga di ka
conclusion,
nna
Honorable
masome a
Member.
marobedi re be re ntse re ba botsa gore ba fole mela ebile go nna le dingaka tse pedi ga re bua ka go fetsa di-red tapes tse re buang ka tsone ke dione dingwe tse o tshwanetse gore re di lebelele o ipotsa gore ga motsadi wa ngwana o ga a ka ya go ya batho go a go diragalang ka botshelo ba ngwana o sa itekanelang mo tlhaloganyong ke a go leboga ka metsotswana yo motlotlegi motlatsa mmusa kgotlhe.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Can I call Honorable Mangope? Honorable Mangope, you have 3 minutes.
Mutlutlegi, Deputy Speaker, Mutlutlegi Premier, members of the legislature, the coaches are so about the Mukoni Bukirima. They give me the same happy Mahaisu, Kiridialu. South Africa remains one of the most unequal countries in the world. The post-democratic government seemingly has failed to bridge this gap. And reportedly, the situation is getting worse. On social support systems, we will implement a comprehensive set of empowerment measures to reduce reliance on social grants, while still making sure that those who need assistance can access assistance, access assistance, increase the efficiency of South African grant payment systems, and adopt an innovative system that restricts the expenditure of childcare grants to goods and services required in childcare that are linked to crucial development outcomes. It increased access to social workers and mental health care professionals and also to vulnerable communities. Partner with the private sector to expand corporate social responsibility efforts to ensure that large corporations play an active role in addressing South Africa's social issues. Partner with private sector financial institutions to provide incentives to vulnerable communities to develop community-based social entrepreneurship in ventures. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mangope. May I call now Honorable Khosho of the ANC. You have 10 minutes.
Ke leboge motlatsa mmusa kgotla ke dumedise ntlokgolo ya rona e eteletswe pele ke mme Sibonda sa Mmasona Moholo, Tonakgolo Mokgosi, members of the Executive Council and members of the Provincial Legislature, and start by commending and congratulating the former Speaker of the House as the new MEC in her maiden presentation of the budget speech. Deputy Speaker, as we come to the end of the Mandela Month, let us be inspired by what our global icon and founding father of our democratic state, Tata Madiba, when he once said, and I quote, "A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but by how it treats its lowest ones," close quote. The words of Nelson Mandela must encourage us to live with the principles of Ubuntu that teaches us to help the helpless, provide for those who don't have means, and never forget that I am because you are. Though the African National Congress has played a crucial role in advancing the social transformation agenda, but Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is also important to note that most of our people are still burdened by the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The Department of Social Development is at the core of social protection and social welfare of the most vulnerable and most disadvantaged persons. It is a safe haven for the most vulnerable in our society. It is therefore important, Deputy Speaker, for the department to focus on situations of broken families which are perpetually contributing to social ills. Rebuilding family networks to foster nation building and prosperous society should remain our core business. When a woman is abused by her partner, the youth are neglected by society, and adults is exploited by their families or disabled persons is excluded. The Department of Social Development is a deployed shelter to provide shelter for the victims or the affected, to rehabilitate, provide and empower the vulnerable. It is the mandate of the African National Congress to mitigate against poverty and inequality, protect our children, protect our older persons, empower our women, the youth and people with disabilities who were previously marginalized. As the ANC, we commend and acknowledge the work that has been registered under this department, especially with your predecessors, Honorable MEC, but we also have trust in you that will be able to build on that, as you have already pronounced and committed yourself. Many lives have been changed because of the interventions and programs deployed. Today, the elderly and the disabled have access to social grants through SASSA. There is provision for youth, the elderly, and development programs to empower people with disabilities and the historically marginalized. There are also rehabilitation centers for victims of gender-based violence and substance abuse facilities for people battling with drug and alcohol misuse. As we acknowledge the positive impact of the department on the provision of support and development programs, we must also interrogate the challenges affecting social protection and welfare services to adequately reach the masses. The ANC Strategy and Tactics Conference resolutions knows that women and young people suffer most from economic ills such as unemployment, poverty, inequality, violence, and crime. Strengthening the women's movement and taking forward the gender agenda 2030, as well as global youth agenda, are strategic imperatives to all progressive forces in the 21st century. The emancipation of women is critical. We need to tackle employment discrimination through the implementation of the National Gender Policy Framework that seeks to enforce 50-50 representation in the workforce. The department must increase their procurement spending on women-owned enterprises, and ensure that more women are exposed to empowerment programs and courses to remedy the gender inequality gap. The ANC manifesto directs us to strengthen our efforts to end gender-based violence and femicide against women and children. It further gives guidance to initiatives that can be employed to adequately support gender-based violence and femicide victims through provision of Tutuzela and Kuseleka one-stop centers, which we commend the department in terms of their focal point and the turnaround. The department, therefore, must ensure that victims are supported and empowered to cope with trauma facing them. There must be improved access to empowerment programs and centers for GBVF victims, which can position victims to be independent and move out of a dependency that entrusts them to abuse and depression. Gender transformation training must be implemented to address toxic masculinity and educate our people on Ubuntu principles to combat negative patriarchal tendencies. As the ANC, we call for the unity of the people against the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. We commend the implementation of the sanitary towel campaigns on our MEC in schools, together with the Department of Education and all of your social partners for young girls and also for women in society, and also demonstrating a compassion as a caring government of the African National Congress. And also, we welcome the recently launched program in TVET colleges to assist our young women. There is still a large number of young women aged between 18 and 30 that are neither in school nor in colleges that are affected by lack of sanitary towels. As the ANC, we implore the department to formulate a sustainable campaign that will include these marginalized women who form part of the most vulnerable in our society. Deputy Speaker, the future of this country lies in the hands of our youth. If we do not actively empower the youth, nurture and provide them with opportunities, the success of our nation will be hindered. and the future will perish under our choice. The 55th ANC Conference resolution reminds us that we have the power to unlock the potential of the youth, and that is our core responsibility to invest in them because they are the future of the nation. As the ANC, we have taken note of the current economic challenges facing our youth today. The unemployment phenomenon is exposing our youth to issues of drug abuse, crime, and other social ills. Many of our academically qualified youth are still without job opportunities as the economy is performing at a slow pace. There is an urgent need to focus on innovative ideas that ignite and unleash positive energy of our young people so that they can start to reimagine the economic transformation agenda and reposition our country to be more prosperous, and they become ambassadors of development and change. Deputy Speaker, the 55th Conference resolution has given direction to develop funds to develop and fund and implement tangible programs that will deal with youth, alcohol, and drug abuse. We do applaud the department for providing drug rehabilitation facilities. However, we need to ensure that Honorable MEC, we sustain these programs. As and when our young people go through this rehabilitation program, we must be able to sustain that through an exit program that is able to empower them, redirect their energies to ensure that they participate in the development of the country. We welcome the establishment of rehabilitation centers, especially in Bojanare and Ngaka. We welcome the effort to ensure the elderly and the disabled citizens are supported and feel supported and are included in our plan going forward. The resolve to tighten monitoring and compliance after the Jericho Home saga that occurred at an unregistered old age home is also commendable, and well done, Honorable MEC, on the work and the oversight work that you are doing. We also commend the different facility provisions made for people living with disabilities. They are the most vulnerable because of the society. We must support them, continuously support them, include them, and ensure that their dignity is restored. They must further be included in economic transformation activities. More must be done to ensure that remedy of challenges of inequality and exclusion and marginalized people of our people is focused on. As the African National Congress, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we support the vote and we commend the budget speech as presented. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khosho. Can I now invite the MEC, Honorable Danki? You have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me appreciate all the debate presentation made by all members of the legislature across all the party lines. It will continue to enrich and make us to improve and do better in changing the lives of our people. Like I said earlier, social development and improving the lives of our people is for all of us, just like gender-based violence. No political party can say is excluded from that. So all the issues that I've raised here will continue, including the ones that were raised by the Portfolio Committee through the report presented by Chair of the Committee, Mayor Honorable Makgakane. I can assure you, Honorable Chair, that those reports, if they are not already on your table, I'll make sure that they are there, because as presented, fortunately, that's how you summarized our engagement with you as the Portfolio Committee, and we really want to appreciate the wisdom from the committee. We'll try our level best. We might not be perfect, but we'll try our level best. But on the issues of MPO, I'll just highlight few issues there within the smaller 6 minutes that I have. On the issues of the NPO, honorable members, sometimes not attending a portfolio committee, dealing with APP as a member representing a party is a problem and it's a challenge. The issues of the NPOs, we did not wait for members of the portfolio committee to ask questions. We declared everything, the challenges and everything, and how are we going to deal with that? I'm not sure that you were part of that portfolio committee. We acknowledge those challenges. But we said, key to the challenges, like you are saying it here, in public, the people of Bukonde-Bophirima are listening to you and you are misleading them. There's no such that the department is not assisting, it's not paying the NGOs. We're a department like any other department, accounting to the Chapter 9 institution called Auditor General. We must account for each and every cent you are appropriating in this house. We said to the portfolio committee, the challenge that we have, most of the NPOs are not accounting properly. Their reports are not clear. So, in terms of the NPOs, Honorable Member for information, the first tranche that we receive, the accountability of that first tranche, the second tranche. So how approving it because how the statement that these are my there's no way that the department can make this happen. And I can assure you, and you can go to the books of the department. Currently, all the NPOs or 98% of the NPOs that have submitted correctly with books that is that is finances somebody, they have been paid by the department. The outstanding NPOs is because there are challenges in terms of their submissions. And as such, the portfolio committee is part of my 100 days program as the MEC to meet with all those NPOs and the officials of the department to take them
2 minutes remaining, Honorable.
because we cannot say we are not helping them. We also have the responsibility to help them. And in the same vein, the DA, Honorable Member, I'm not sure why you are not supporting the budget because all that you have said is what I've said in the budget vote. So, in fact, you are in agreement with the department. You are in agreement that the challenge is the allocation of what we have. We are not able to do whatever. We are aware, our members, that the fiscal is under pressure. The economy is not doing very well. So we do whatever we do with the little resources that we have. We will never come to this house with unfunded mandate. We'll only present that we can fund, honorable members. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Danke. Thank you, Honorable Members. Honorable Members, I will now read the roll call in terms of Rule 245, subsection 1 of the standing rules to determine the quorum. Honorable Babuile. Honorable Babuile.
Present.
Honorable Bukatu.
Yes, ke kopa o ile ithuta Rule 74 le Rule 62.
Honorable Bukatu.
O tsena go ithuta.
Honorable
Ke
Bukatu.
teng, ke teng.
Honorable Danke.
Ke teng Motlatsammusi Kgotla.
Honorable Dan.
Present, yes.
Honorable Dikolomena.
Present and I reject.
Honorable Grunewald. Honorable Kozamie. Honorable Kuno.
Present.
Honorable Behari. Honorable Linkopane.
Ke teng Motlatsammusi Kgotla.
Honorable Makgakgane. Honorable Mulapise. Honorable Murweng.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Musenoki.
Present.
Honorable Mutsumi.
Present.
Honorable Khosho.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Sambata.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Simbeohwe.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Sonakile. Honorable Steenkamp.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Steyn.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Chapi.
Ke gona Motlatsammusi Kgotla.
Honorable Tsolo.
Ke fane ho motlotlegi Motlatsammusi Kgotla.
Honorable Sonti.
Sekela Somloman khona.
Honorable Tsolo. Honorable Tsolo.
Ke fane ho motlotlegi Motlatsammusi Kgotla.
Honorable Van Hastings,
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Wallon,
Present, thank you.
Honorable Williams, thank you, honorable members. Members, I have now satisfied myself that the House is in majority to adopt the budget. Honorable members, I will now adopt budget program by program. Program 1, the administration, 242,679,000 rands. Does the House agree to adopt the budget?
Yes.
The yes got it. Program number 2, social welfare services, 674,724,000 rands. The yes got it. Program number 3, children and families, 388,063,000 rands. Does the House?
No, yes, no.
Program number 4, restorative services, 305,831,000 rands. Five. 502,621,000 rands. Does the House agree to adopt the budget?
No.
Thank you, honorable members. The Department of Social Development budget vote total is 1,810,809,000 rands is now adopted. Can I now call the Honorable MEC Mutsumi to come and present the department budget speech, vote number 8. You have 40 minutes. Our guest, when you leave Gallery, please leave it peacefully, don't make noise. You can proceed, Honorable Mutsumi.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Desbo Mohono, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Tepo Khoza, Honorable Premier, Honorable Lazarus Razman Kagiso Mukosi, Chief Whip, Honorable Mutladipule Khosho, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Tebogo Modise, Honorable members of the Executive Council and Provincial Legislature, all the executive mayors and speakers and councillors present here today from different municipalities. Mudula Sitilo Wantia, the Kosi Kosi Ufenso Tari Mautwe, in his absentia, the Kosi Tarno, Provincial Chair of the African National Congress, Comrade Dumile Patrick Nonomaloi, in his absentia, leaders of all political parties, including commissions, Ebutwe, Luena, you are included. Leaders of trade unions and other civil society organizations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Bagai Dumelang, Mokredin Ea, Sehanka Sarona, Retata Mandela. Mutoteri Musa Kutla, I wish to premise this budget speech on one of the famous quotes of Tata Madiba that reads as follows. After climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. I can rest only for a moment, for with freedom come responsibilities, and I dare not linger, for my long walk is not yet ended. I deliberately chose this quote because through it, the founding father of our democracy and global icon of peace, justice, and reconciliation, President Nelson Mandela, encourages us to have a mindset of continuous growth and improvement, particularly in the face of trials and tribulations that will oftentimes stand in our way. The point here, Honorable Speaker, is that as we celebrate our victories, we must also recognize that their times are part of a larger, ever-evolving journey that requires
persistent effort, and our unwavering determination. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on the 23rd May last year, ke ne ka iponagatsa mo ntlong ya gago. Mme ka tla go table 2023-2024 budget priorities of the Department of Education. Tse e leng gore nka netefatsa gore they were aligned and corresponding to annual performance plan ya department. And then ke a tsaya maikano ke a assure the people of the Northwest that I will preside over the implementation and ultimately realization of the commitment we made as a department. So as I stand with great sense of privilege, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and purpose before this House to table the 2024-2025 budget speech vote for education today, allow me to account to the people of the Northwest by first taking stock of our achievement and shortcomings for the previous financial year. In the interest of time, Motlatsa Musa Khotla, ke tla hela ke lebagana fela ke focus mainly more examinations, curriculum, implementation, infrastructure, development, human resource management, and early childhood development program. Allow me to begin, Honorable Deputy Speaker, with the 2023 National Senior Certificate Examination results. Through our deliberate systemic efforts, our matric class of 2023 achieved position 4, position 5 in the country, with a stunning 81.63% pass rate, which is an improvement, Deputy Speaker, to 79.8% of 2022. So increases about 1.83. The number of candidates who passed with bachelor's increased from 33.62% of 2022 to 36.36 in 2023. Our NSC examination results target for this year is over 90% pass rate and a spot in top 3 in the country. Although our attempts to improve the learner pass rate are seemingly overwhelming, but realizing our target, Honorable Speaker, is not impossible. Taking into account the instructional leadership role of the school principals, ke kgonne gore ke bone gore go botlhokwa gore bagokgo ba rona botlhe mo provinceng ya rona ya Bokone Bophirima ke kgonne go ba fa di-cell phones with airtime and data bundles gore ba kgonne go tsamaisa ditiro tsa bone sentle ko dikolong tsa rona. We further provided circuit managers and subject advisors with the necessary tools of trade, namely cell phones, laptops, and pool cars, to enable them to support our schools on a regular basis, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be remiss of me not also to appreciate the sector labor unions for their role in maintaining labor peace, which should be counted among the significant factors that made it possible for us to improve our matric results last year. And yet, despite this progress, the reality that we must confront is that there are communities in our province who still resort to an old-fashioned strategy of disrupting schooling when they embark on service delivery protests. This is one classical example of the hills that Tata Madibe warns us about in his quote above. Through your permission, Honorable Speaker, allow me to strongly revoke the organizers of such sordid deeds by quoting the words of Thomas Sankara, Khane Are, we are not against progress, but we do not want progress that is anarchic and criminally neglect the rights of others. By the way, this is the last quote I can there is a when Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, because ke nngwe ya di-quote tse leng gore di ka go pule o nang kwalla tsone before a re tlogela mo lefatsheng la gompieno. So in an act that is unprecedented in our department, on the 29th April 2024, we held the inaugural education on curriculum and infrastructure at Sun City. Already we reap the benefits of our partnership with, to mention but few, in no particular order, honorable members, Impala Platinum, Sianda Bakatla Platinum, Royal Bafokeng Institute, Anglo-American Platinum, Harmony Gold Mining Company, MTN Foundation, Vodacom, Standard Bank, Maracanelo, Travel Tourism Events, Saita University, NECT, UNICEF, Sasol, Gomez, Macmillan, Oxford, Cambridge, and Platinum Publishers. Honorable members, we are proud to announce that Vodacom has already committed to donate to deliver donation of 406 laptops loaded with e-school application meant for all subject advisors in the province. These laptops will be allocated to subject advisors during the month of September 2024. I hope honorable members will join me when Kifa officially our subject advisor. Furthermore, in a quest for bridging digital divide,
We provided all our public schools with broadband internet connection and 300 gigabyte of data bundle on a monthly basis, meaning that all our schools across the province can access the internet. Honorable Speaker, to reiterate what I always preach, the Northwest learners, regardless of their socio-economic circumstances, deserve nothing less but the best. As a department, we are convinced that effective teaching and learning cannot take place in dilapidated school premises. We are therefore resolved to deliver quality education to our learners in school buildings that do not keep out the wind, the rain, and the cold, but importantly, the infrastructure that is conducive with enough classrooms, safe and appropriate sanitation facilities, clean water, and electricity. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I stand with immense pride and a profound sense of duty to present to you and the people of the Northwest the work that was achieved through Education Infrastructure Grant in the previous financial year. One of the foremost commitments made last year regarding infrastructure development was about the removal of all asbestos containing material in the identified, Honorable Speaker, 114 schools. By the way, Bahulo, asbestos is simple. How tsene fela o bo sheba sekolo o bo re se dirilwe ke asbestos. Tshwantse go nne le testing tse e leng gore they have to go through go bontsha gore a mme material o dirisitsweng mo dikolong tsa rona o dirisitswe ka asbestos or not. Today, I can confirm that the tests to establish whether or not the suspected material contains asbestos were concluded in all the affected schools. The results revealed that only 58 schools out of 140 schools had asbestos-containing materials. Thus far, we have removed asbestos-containing material from 12 schools, with 25 schools undergoing decanting. To ensure safety during this process, we will continue this vital work into the 2024-2025 fiscal year, minimizing learner disruption. In the previous financial year, we handed over the school project for occupation. Mamudibo Secondary School, Relebogile Primary, Khwakhanya Primary, Borelelo Primary School, Saruchera Primary School, and Munamere Primary School. This project collectively created over 2,100 jobs for local communities in the province. We declare for all to know that the department will, in the next 3 months, Deputy Speaker, September, will hand over the following 10 projects for occupation. Tlakambeng Primary School, Mokala Primary School, Mpebana Omubedi Secondary School, Sidiko Primary School, Chaneng Primary School, Khosi Shope Secondary School, Khafiti Secondary School, Teddy Museto Primary School, DP Hotel Primary School, and Kosiamo Eka Primary School. Through this project, the department was able to create well over 2,340 jobs. We will pursue and pay particular attention in the following projects, which have recently taken off the ground: Batu Primary School, Roseville Primary, Murukwen Primary, Swazilaneke Primary, as well as the construction of Colleen Special School hostel facility. It is anticipated that this investment will lead to employment creation for 2,660 unemployed South Africans, especially young people in our province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we have installed backup systems such as the solar panel, uninterrupted power supply, units and generators in special schools, district offices, HR, examination to mitigate the effects of power cuts. With regard to HR, 686 administrative and general assistants in our school. Increase the number of departmental heads in schools with high learner enrollment from 4 to 6. Insert 52 cleaners at head office, 314 gardeners and cleaners in the 4 districts on contract, and 84 new interns. We have successfully conducted the elections for the new HDBs from the 1st to the 31st March 2024. By law, we are required to conduct HDB elections every 3 years. We take this moment once again to congratulate the new HDB members and wish them the best. The support we give to our early child development centers following the migration of ECD from social development to education, I can assure you, honorable members, that it has matured. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, our reflection of the previous, Honorable Deputy Speaker, our reflection of the previous financial year would not be complete without mentioning that in 2023-2024 and also in the current year, we held consultative session mainly with the sector labor unions, representative council of learners. By the way, the RCL president and the RCL secretary are present in this platform. Governing body associations and South African Principals Association focusing on matters of common interest in the department. Now I'll go to the budget allocation for the 2024-2025 MTEF period. Honorable Speaker, this year we are allocated 21,132,000,000 rand to spend on education in the province. In a nutshell, this budget will allow us to build on the successes of the previous year as part of our strategic and bold direction. I'll start with Program 1 that deals with administration. In the current financial year, this program is allocated 1,171,513,000 rand, which will be spent to continue with the implementation of interventions to improve the overall performance of the department support services with a special attention on issues raised by the Auditor General on operational efficiency, compliance with predetermined objectives and legislation, as well as monitoring, evaluation, performance information. Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, for the financial year, the department has been allocated 16,921,000,000 rand for the compensation of employees budget. The budget for COE was reduced with about 600 million at national level. This had a negative impact on the operation of the department because of the inability to fill certain critical vacant school and office-based posts. The department will continue to work closely with Treasury and Office of the Premier to finalize the review of its organizational structure. The main objective of the organizational structure review is to ensure that it is effective support the implementation of the strategic mandate of the department. From the allocation of this program, we'll also fund on-job training for 818 school and office-based support staff. I'm thrilled to share with you that on the 26th July 2024, 40 of our employees who were funded through our bursary scheme with ETDP SITA graduated in the public management degree with the Regenesis School of Public Management. In the current year, we have targeted to offer 324 bursaries to employees who need to further their studies with various higher education institutions. We wish to take this opportunity to inform the House that following recent ELRC collective agreement, the Funza Lushaka graduate will no longer be given preferential employment opportunities above other graduates. This milestone development will present equal and fair employment opportunities to all graduate teachers who will be entering the profession for the very first time. Priority. So long as graduate who qualified, whether within the school or really any other bursary, really Department of Education, we can consider equality. Program 2 that speaks to public ordinary school education. For the current financial year, Honorable Speaker, our public ordinary school education program is allocated 16,331,239,000 rand to funding for learning and teaching support materials, professional teacher development, learner attainment improvement program, school enrichment program, national school nutrition program, subject advisory and curriculum implementation support, ICT-related costs, as well as running costs on security and municipality services. Honorable members, for 2024-2025 financial year, a total of 650,400,000 rand has been allocated for the procurement and provisioning of LTSM to 1,435 public schools across the province. Remember, quintal 1 until quintal 3, school. The African National Congress, Honorable Butswe, prioritize education. So madi a re tlo go ba rekela stationery, re tlo go ba hirela matitšhere a tlo go ba ruta ebile re tlo go ba fa le dijo gore go se ka ga nna le ngwana ope o tsenang mo tlelaseng a tshwere ke tlala or a palelwa ke go feleletsa sekolo a dropa out because go sena issue ya dijo jalo le jalo re shebile background ya rona gore re tswa ko kae. A separate amount of 120,000 rand is allocated for the following 4 special schools that implement NCS CAPS curriculum, namely Meerhof, Kutlanong, Tlamelang, and Northwest School for the Deaf, to top up textbooks for their learners. Honorable Speaker, we will continue to equip our teachers with the most subject content knowledge and teaching method. A total of 31,674,000 rand is allocated this year for professional teacher development programs. The dream to have a provincial teacher development institute is still alive and will definitely materialize after the approval of the organizational structure, which is currently at advanced stage of its review, as I mentioned before. Ladies and gentlemen, the current generation of learners need extra support to pass with good grades. In the current financial year, we have allocated 248 million for our flagship Learner Attainment Improvement Program. Honorable Speaker, the following LAIP strategies are already implemented to improve the grade 12 performance from the 81.6% of 2023 to desired 90% of 2024. As early as February 2024, ne nka le tlhalosetsa gore re simolotse re lefapha la thuto ka go make sure gore bana ba rona ha re bua yana re simolotse go ba rupelela ha ke bua yana ba go di-campaign ba simolotse ka February gore re kgone go ka ba fa all the necessary support, especially re shebile gantsi di-subject tsa go tshwana le mathematics, physical science and accounting. Ha Gauteng, ha yo Free State ba kgona go performa bana ba bone in terms of maths and physical science. Rona tla re palelwa ke ka mo re boneng go le botlhokwa gore re simolole go naneng gore botlhe ba ye go di-campaign and then ka netefatsa before this house gore ga gona ngwana ope o leng gore o ko gae because of the background go te mama kapa papa hana tšhelete go a campaign. Ke ntshitse instruction ya gore all the learners regardless of a background must also be given an opportunity gore ba tsene mo di-campaign tsa rona. So ne ke kwala mo honorable members ra le ka utlwela go te go na le sekolo sengwe se se ganang ngwana tla campaign ke teng 24/7 e o tla be e le contravention ya the Constitution of South Africa. We are determined to show in our action that under the 7th administration that we are here going to reduce the number of underperforming schools in our province. We know those schools by name already. We are intervening at Ikagele Secondary School in Ramotsiri, in Ngaka, Alabama Secondary School in Matlosane, Dr. KK and Ituben Secondary School in Mamusa, Dr. RSM and others. At this stage, there is evidence that our interventions are beginning to bear desired fruits. We are extremely excited to announce that the implementation of the National School Nutrition Program in the province as one of the pro-poor programs introduced by the African National Congress-led government is jealously guarded to ensure that it continues to achieve its intended purpose. I must indicate that for NSNP program, we allocated 664,104,000 rand to serve nutritious meals to 752 learners in Quintile 1 to Quintile 3 public schools. From last year, we have been serving learners in the above category of schools with chicken livers, and as batsadi ne ba complaina thata gore tlhapi ya no utlweletse bana ke ka mo re boneng gore at least re leke ka bojotlhe gore re kgone gore ba tšhentšhisane ba itekele ka tsone dipete jalo le jalo tsa koko. We further serve breakfast to close to 157,000 learners in 272 identified primary schools and 19,551 learners in selected 28 secondary schools. This intervention, however, is still at the pilot stage due to budget constraints. Regardless of this limitation, we strive to increase the number of schools provided with breakfast through ongoing engagement with our private partners in education. Through the NSNP, we have employed 4,571 voluntary food handlers in the current financial year. To support the mental and physical fitness of our learners, we have allocated 15,849,627 rand towards school enrichment program for, among others, the participation of learners in the annual ABC Motsepe, SASKE, choral music competition, participation in the CAF Football Cup for boys and girls under 15, K Motsepe football and netball tournaments. School Sports Wednesday initiative will be escalated through comprehensive monitoring and support by school enrichment officials to all the schools. Tota go bua nnete, ke le mokhuduthamaga, ga ise ke itumelele tota go bona sports the way ne ke batla se tsamaye ka teng, ga se tsamaye accordingly. Mme ke tla tsaya tšhono e ya gore ke atumele ba e leng gore ba maleba gore tlhalosetsa gore tota ba palelwa ke eng. Go nna le batho ba bantsi ba re ba approachitseng as a department gore ba tla go collaborate le rona gore sports at least in a reality in our province like other provinces. Go na le Kashibe Foundation, go na le the Amini ba leng gore ba re approachitse but e ka re go ga di nao. Mme ke tla ikatumetsa the acting SG ke botse gore tota a se se dirang a re dira justice mo issue ya sports because ke sone se leng gore se ka re golola sa dira gore bana ba rona ba kgone go tsepama gore ka mo shebe re bona bana ba rona le bone ba representa province ya rona in one of the clubs tse leng gore di ditona out there. Program 3 that deals with independent schools. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in the current financial year, 56,181,000 rand is allocated for transferring of subsidies to the 37 eligible independent school in the province in line with Section 48, Sub 2 of the South African School Act is amended. Under Program 4, Public School Education. For the record, honorable members, our province has 32 public special schools that provide education for learners with barriers in learning and development. To improve access and inclusivity in the mainstream school, we have 234 service schools in the province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this program is allocated 1,02,181,000 rand in the current financial year. 235,036,000 rand from the above allocation will be transferred to 32 special schools to cater for their day-to-day running costs, improvement of ICT, provision LTSM, hostel and transport subsidy. We have also allocated 6,411,000 rand for the 234 service schools, which will be used to increase the provisioning of assistive devices, including ICT and braille material to assist in enhancing access to education for the learners experiencing barriers to learning and development who are placed in the mainstream schools. This year, the following special schools, LM Mokoena, Rio Leboge in Bojanalas district, as well as Lilin Lehedla and Tlamelang in Hakamudrimolama district, will be provided with vehicles for the day-to-day running of the schools. Program 5, that speaks to early child development. Honorable Deputy Speaker, early child development is the most crucial period in the development of our children. As we know, early learning opportunities enable our little ones to develop and reach full potential. For 2024-2025 fiscal year, we have allocated 1,049,535,000 rand for the ECD program. For the above allocation, 3,433,000 rand will be used to fund employee development program, including NCF Train the Trainer workshop for social workers and other ECD officials. To strengthen the capacity of ECD practitioners, we have allocated 35,294,000 rand to support 227 practitioners to complete the NQF Level 4 qualification, 220 ECD practitioners to commence with the ODETD, and to train 200 practitioners on the SIAS framework. The ECD conditional grant has allocated 131,849,000 rand for the 2024-2025 financial year to subsidize 576 ECDs center-based program, support 5,700 children in 5 non-center-based programs. Additionally, the ECD Equitable Share Grant has been allocated 45,402,000 rand to benefit 10,116 children in 172 ECD centers. In quest for the universalization of grade R for this year, we have allocated 12,822,000 rand to purchase fantasy furniture, educational tours, and combination jungle gyms for grade R classes in 650 public ordinary primary schools. We have allocated 4,281,000 through the EPWP social sector incentive grant for job creation, which will see us employing 117 classroom assistants, 4 data capturers, and 2 administrative assistants on a 12-month contract in the current financial year. Honorable members, I encourage young people, especially graduating, apply. It's important to assistant. There are processes in the Department of Education. Allow me to appreciate Macmillan Publishers, Shooter and Shooter Publishers, Oxford Publishers, Training and Resources in Early Education, the Domo Foundation and Impala Platinum Holdings Limited for the remarkable role they play in our ECD domain. In the same vein, I wish to thank all the ECD supervisors, practitioners, and the entire ECD workforce for their role in shaping our children's early years. Program 6, Infrastructure Development. Honorable members, we view vandalism of the school infrastructure by learners and community members as an outright attack to our educational institutions and the state. We must instill a sense of pride and ownership in our communities. Every day, we can receive a report. Give you a photo. Ke bontshiwa gore go na le dikolo tse e leng gore baagi ba rona ba utswa le terata ya terata, ba utswa le dihufu tsa dikolo, ba utswa le dijo tsa bana. But we are mum about it. It's high time re nna united because I want education. Education e bana ba rona ba ikakatletse ka yone, ke yone hela e ba ka kgonang gore ba kgone go ya pele ka yone. So also, I must indicate, colleagues, for this underpricing tendencies by contractors have plagued our project for too long. We will no longer tolerate such substandard performance or unethical practices. I'm extremely proud to announce that Sianda Bakatla, Sibanda, Stillwater, Harmony Gold Mines, Company Royal Bafokeng Platinum Limited, and Implants are supporting our efforts to improve and develop our school infrastructure. We thank them for their support. The EIG has been allocated 1.3 billion for this financial year. To expand educational opportunities, we have allocated 503.4 million for new infrastructure assets. Currently, 14 new and replacement school projects are underway with 8 scheduled for occupancy this year, as indicated above. Scheduled training ceremonies will be at Woodville Combined School with 289 million, which will create 1,200 jobs. Ikanying Secondary School, 56 million, which will generate 480 jobs. And Bakalero Primary School with 69 million, where 560 jobs will be created. Our special schools are not left behind. This year, we'll prioritize Kolini, Tlamelang, and Kutlwanong Special School. The projects for these schools are currently at a planning stage. The communities of Kutlang, Tuto, and Ruteng Primary School in Tlakaming, in Tlaksalomolomo, may look forward to the commencement of the new buildings in the current year. Already the tender is being advertised. Preparation for construction work will soon begin with fencing and earthworks at built Stink Warm and Rukone Secondary School at Platyville, Nakamulema District. Planning for Chalet Primary and Mutelezi Secondary is at the advanced stage. We have allocated 356 million for upgrades and additional to existing infrastructure. 276 million for EIG allocation will be directed towards the addressing overcrowding, administration blocks, and NSNP kitchen. To improve safety and security in our school, we are going to spend over 80 million rand on school fencing project. This year, 80 schools will be receiving new fences with top priority for high security fences given to schools like Arefadiming, John Freeland, Sejang Gabo, Nkama Tlale, La Polokwane Secondary School due to regular incidents that threaten the safety of our learners and our teachers. To maintain the functionality and safety of our school buildings, we have earmarked 126.5 million for refurbishment and rehabilitation. This allocation ensures that our educational infrastructure remains sustainable and conducive to learning. This year, 37 asbestos schools are being rehabilitated at a cost of 30 million. 210.5 million has been allocated for maintenance and repair. This budget includes 80 million for maintaining 160 schools through the district offices. Schools have been provided with appropriate sanitation in terms of school norms and standards. There are, however, 51 schools, especially in Bujanala, Dr. KK, and in Ngaka. Bujanala 18, Dr. KK 1, Ngaka Mdumrema 32, which still have pit latrines. Over and above, having the modern sanitation facilities, those pits will be demolished over the next few months. Beyond physical infrastructure, we have allocated 107.5 million to non-infrastructure investments, such as your school furniture and so on. We have allocated 11.3 million for early childhood development maintenance grant, targeting maintenance for 11 ECD centers across the province, focusing mainly more security and sanitation facilities. The EPWP integrated grant has been allocated 2 million, through which we are targeting to employ 71 youth. The last program, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Program 7, Examination and Education. Honorable members, as I have already stated, we aim to push ourselves to be among the top 3 performing provincial education department in the country when it comes to 2024 National Certificate exam results. Re kgonne go ka fiwa di-advice gore for us gore re kgone gore re ka tlhagelela mo top 3 re tshwanetse le gore re performe go fetisa 87%, which is 90%. Mare ke tsaya gore, Honorable Deputy Speaker, mo boeteledipele bo teng ha re ka tlase of the political parties that we belong to, re tla tshwaragana ka matsogo, re thusane, re fane support in making sure that we ensure gore le rona come next year, province ya rona le one be le mo mapeng like other provinces, because I still maintain that we are not making leadership in our province. This program, Honorable Speaker, has been allocated 1,4,192,000 rand, which will be spent on the administration, conduct, and marking of the grade 12 preparatory exams, final grade 12 national senior certificate examination, school-based assessment, administration, monitoring, and moderation. Through examinations and assessment processes, we envisage to appoint about 520 youth, mainly from our local universities and TVET colleges, to serve as marker assistants in our 2024 grade 12 examination marking center. We also intend to create employment opportunity for over 320 security guards during the conduct of the examination, during the distribution of question papers, and during the marking processes. Ladies and gentlemen, for some administrative reasons, this program also caters for HIV and AIDS program and the sanitary dignity program. In the 2024-2025 financial year, the department allocated
19,341,000
rand for sanitary dignity program, which aims to provide sanitary towels to eligible girls, learners in quintile 1 to quintile 3 in public schools and in 32 special schools as one of the means to enhance their self-esteem, keep them attending schools regularly, to restore and protect their dignity. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, let me declare that the education budget vote being tabled today is in sync with the 2024-2025 Department Annual Performance Plan, and it is also in tune with the pronouncement concerning education that has been made by Premier Lazarus Kagiso Mukhosi during the occasion of official opening of the provincial legislature on the 25th July 2024. As the Department of Education, we wish to commit ourselves before members of this August House and the people of the Northwest that despite the immense financial and related challenges we encounter, we are committed to the cause of always doing the best in our power to turn the tide and build on our successes. In closing, I wish to send a big thank to you, the acting head of the department, Mtatesi Shibe, Team Education, our hardworking principals and teachers, our RCL representatives, SGB, labor unions, partners from various mining houses and business entities, our learners, my beloved parents, and my amazing husband, Ntate Rainy Mutsumi, Khoto, Deputy Speaker, my wonderful kids, Amandle, Aluta and Aruna Azania Asante, the African National Congress and its provincial chairperson, Comrade Dumile Nonomaloi, and my beloved committee under the leadership of Honorable Priscilla Williams and the committee, and last but not least, the late Comrade Dikaho Pule in heaven. May your gallant spirit continue to rest in peace, my leader. Aluta continua. The struggle continues. Amanda, thank you very much.
Honorable Mutsumi. Honorable members, I will now call the chairperson of Portfolio for Education, Art, Culture, Sport and Development, Honorable Williams, to come and lead the debate. Committee report on Department of Education Annual Performance Plan 2024-2025. Honorable member, you have 8 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable DS, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Premier, MECs, members of the Provincial Legislature, Makosi Arona, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I must say one appreciates that the MEC's budget pronouncement, amongst others, reflects the discussions from the committee, and that it is indeed an indication that there is a genuine relationship between the department and the portfolio committee. The energy displayed by the MEC and the sense Honorable MEC, one would be interested on you speaking on the farm schools, the mega farm schools, when you come to respond. The Department of Education tabled their annual performance plan in the provincial legislature. The APP was then referred to the Portfolio Committee for scrutiny, and the department briefed the committee on the 18th of July. The members of the Portfolio Committee engaged with the departmental report, and the following issues were raised as deliberations by the committee to be responded to by the department. The number of non-fee schools capacitated with STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics subjects, after-school programs for struggling learners and non-academic programs in the special schools. The measures to be put in place in ensuring that safety in schools relating to bullying, drug abuse, teenage pregnancy, and effectiveness of quality learning and teaching curriculum program in school are put in place. When will the department fill the position of the Superintendent General, as the post has been vacant for some time, and the continued acting capacity affect the stability within the administration of the department? When is the department planning to implement their new plan to track the 30-day payment system of service provider, and how will they ensure it functions effectively and there's no comebacks? How will the department work in collaboration? When and how will the department work in collaboration with the Department of COSATMA and Social Development to ensure that there is an adopt-a-cop social worker and psychiatrist, security, and good quality at all schools, and the provision of good quality sanitary towels that improves the state and safety of schools? What effect has the ECD program migration from the Department of Social Development to the department? What effect has it had on the Department of Education, and how far is the process to ensure that it gets concluded That will assist the department to eventually stabilize in that the intervention that the department is bringing on that area, they will actually be able to be transformed or be run through the department easily. A concern on the bad condition of marking centers in the province and long-term schools with asbestos, and we appreciate that the MEC has actually spoken to the schools with asbestos, and we urge the department to improve on these areas urgently. A clarity on the phasing out of grade R diploma certificate and what is going to happen to those teachers who were already appointed by the department. Collaboration with the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation on the promotion of school sports, construction progress per district, per sub-district on school renovation and full construction, and which of the service providers between the Department of Public Works and IDT are doing which work and at what phase are those programs at. The committee, after deliberating, Honorable Deputy Speaker, had the following as recommendation: that the department must be able to submit as report 7 days post the presentation that I am doing now. A list of no-fee schools capacitated with STEM, school offered with school programs and special schools developed with sign language program per district. Total number of schools provided with high perimeter fence and those that still need to be provided, and the time frame for implementation so that we are able to track progress. Progress report on the HRC report and migration of the ECD from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Education. Plan on the improvement of scholar transport in the province, and how far is the MEC with the initiative of a discussion in the EXCO to relocate the function to the Department of Education permanently, because where it is.
You have 2 minutes remaining, Honorable Member.
Yes, sir. It is seriously affecting the performance of the department as and when COSATMA is unable to deliver on that. The department must speed up the process of filling the post of the SG and the outstanding vacancies in the department and at school level, ensuring that people with disability, youth and women are considered, and submit a detailed report of the status of grade R diploma and what is the department doing to remedy the challenge. Report on the relationship between the Department of Public Works and how far is Public Work and other implementing agencies with the project allocated by the department, and how will they improve the state of marking centers. Report on how the department is making sure that the system of a 30-day payment of service providers is rolled out effectively and successfully. The Portfolio Committee on Education, Arts, Culture, and wishes to thank the MEC of the Department of Education, Head of Department, and the officials of the department for their cooperation with the Portfolio Committee. I would like to also thank the members of the Portfolio Committee for executing their constitutional mandate during the departmental APP and Budget 2024-25 and report process. The Portfolio Committee further extends their appreciation to the support of the legislature for always making the task of the committee much easier and empowering. In accordance with Rule 153, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the House adopts the report on Budget Vote 8 of the financial year 24-25 for the Department of Education with all its recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Williams. May I now call Honorable Mate of the ANC, who have 9 minutes.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member.
You should put the report to the House for adoption.
Honorable Stein.
Deputy Speaker, you forgot to put the report for adoption to the House. The committee report.
Thank you, Honorable Stein. Does the House agree to adopt the report?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you proceed, Honorable Martin?
Motlatsa Musa Kotla, batlotlegi ba ntlo e botlhe ba ba ka kwano borra le bomma dumelang. Re tsena mo dingangisanong tse tsa tekanyetsokabo morago fela ga gore batho ba Republic ya Bolivarian kwa Venezuela ba tshwere ditlhopho tsa boporesidente tse di gololosegileng ebile di sa gobelele. Ka Sontaga re tswa mo go neo re akgola moporesidente Maduro gore a ba swaswaedile baemakgatlhanong ba gagwe. Ebile motlotlegi Musa Kotla gompieko re ema fa re keteka go nna gone ga mokgatlho wa ntlha wa bokomonisi mo kontinenteng ya Aforika, South African Communist Party, e keteka dingwaga di le 103 tsa go emela bahumanegi le batho ba sa itsholelela. Ditiragalo tse di re ra dire batho ba lefatshe ba simolotse go amogela gore go itsholela ga motho ga ya tshwanna go nna sone sediriswa sa gore o bone ditirelo segolo jang tsa motheo. Re ema fa re re ANC e ema nokeng gore mang le mang a bone thuto go sa kgathalesege bokgoni ba gago ba lodi. Dingwaga di le 30 tse di fetileng ANC e dirile go tlala seatla go netefatsa gore le bana ba ba humanegi ba bona thuto. ANC gape e dumela mo goreng thuto e tshentse nne ya pateletso go fitlha lekwalo la marematlou kgotsa dikarolo tse di maleba tsa katiso. Bana ba rona ba tshentse ba kgone go itse go bala, go buisa, go kwala le go rarabolola bothata ba dinomore go lekalekana le bana ba lefatshe ka kakaretso. Mme ra re se ga se diragala se tla re dira motlotlo re le setšhaba. Ra gola lefapha gore mo ngwageng di le 30 tse di fetileng bana ba simolotse ba ngwaga tse 5 ba simolotse go oketsega mo go tseneng mo go tsa thuto. Ponelopele ya rona ya dingwaga di le 30 e re pateletsa gore thuto e tshentse e netefatse gore e baakanya setšhaba, e aga setšhaba. Mme sengwe gape se se tsamaisanang le se mo ponelopele e ya 2030 ke go aga bokgoni mo pusong. Ra re ga re dira se re se dira re netefatsa gore re tla ka mananeo ebile re diragatsa mananeo ao re ntse re netefatsa gore re lwantsha lehuma le go tlhoka tekatekano. Motlotlegi Mokhuduthamaga re a leboga re lebogela gore go thapilwe di-admin assistants, re lebogela gore go thapilwe di-general assistants e le karolo ya lenaneo la ga Tautona ya go netefatsa gore re thapa bašwa. Ebile gape re a leboga gore bana ba rona mo dikolong di feta 103 or 300 ba simolotse go ja dijo tsa difitlholo, breakfast. Lenaneo le paletse di-province tse dingwe. Ra kgola go rona mo Northwest re kgona go fa bana dijo le tsa difitlholo. Bana ba ko Dingake ko Fort Hwalo
bana ba ko Mabule primary le Green Central ko Madibogo ga ba sa tlhole ba tshwenyega gore re tla ja eng ba itse gore lenaneo le teng la go ba fa dijo papetlana ya rona ya ditsholofetso ya ditlhopho mo tse re tswang mo go tsone tse re rile rare re batla go netefatsa gore re beeletsa mo bokgoning ba batho mme ha re dira se go tlhoka gore re netefatse gore education ya rona e tiile ebile e na le ponelopele re isang ko pele naga rona e dirile go tlala seabe go netefatsa gore ba mo nakong e fetileng ba neng ba kgatlhetse thoko ka ntlha ya tsamaiso ya tlhaolele ba ungwelwa batho ba bantsho bomme le batho ba nang le bogole ba simolotse go ungwelwa mo tirong e dirwang ke ANC mo lefapheng la thuto go na le dikai tsa bana ba ileng gore ba na le bogole mme ba bontshitse bokgoni re nnile le ngaka Ouchali Muthupi o tswang ko Letsopa ntle le gore o na le bogole o bontshitse bokgoni a fitlhella dithuto tsa gagwe tsa bongaka re na le ngaka e nngwe Khomotso Motšhatšheni o tswang ko Taung o e leng doctor ya chemistry
You are left with 2 minutes, Honorable Member.
a ruta ko kgaolong ya Vaal University Mokhuduthamaga re lebogela ke monokeng e re tsamayang le yone le ba Vodacom go netefatsa gore technology e fitlhelela bana ba rona ka bontsi Mokhuduthamaga le lefapha re ka itumela thata ga le ka ba leitlho seemo sa go go tshwaelwang dipampiri tsa marematlou ko teng ka gore mo nakong e nngwe barutabana ba pateletsa gore ba ye go tshwaya ka mo tlase ga maemo a seng monate mme re lebogela le tiro e le dirang mabapi le early childhood development re le ANC re ema fa re re ao tiro e le dirile mo ngwageng di le 30 tse ga gona o bona ka e kgona rona re lebogela tiro e dirilweng ke ANC mme re ema nokeng tekanyetso e ya lefapha gore tsweletso ya baagi e tswelele ko pele ke a leboga motlatsamotsapholo
Ke a leboga Honorable Mathe. I'm calling now Honorable Tabampi. You have 10 minutes.
How many?
You have 10 minutes. Yes.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, the leadership of the EFF led by Commissar Sheikh Bote, all members of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Mahosi Arona, Bahi Babukonu Pirima Dumela. I also want to greet you, incompetent and partisan Deputy Speaker, who's inviting us into a platform that we do not want. If you continue with an incompetentness and partisan. On the 26th of July, this past Friday, the Cuban Revolution-inspired economic freedom fighters celebrated its 11th birthday anniversary. The EFF has over the years disappointed doomsayers and fake sangomas who falsely prophetized our demise. We thereby wish the EFF a happy 11th birthday anniversary. As things stand under our impressive track record as a young movement, we can now include that we've successfully brought the government of white collaborators, the government of ANC, beneath the majority rule. The elephant has fallen, Koiwele, hence the GNU. Honorable Speaker, we are here to justify the report on annual performance plan 24-25 for Department of Education Budget Vote 8. The LPP is set to detail specific performance measures and the target that the department aims to achieve in the current fiscal year. But in the cast legislature of Bukonimu Pirima, we are only given 3-line document. Moreover, this APP is presented without it taking accountability and outlining its own internal reflections in terms of the few positives that the department was able to gain vis-a-vis the many amount of terrible failures it achieved. The allocated amount for the Department of Education for 24-25 financial year is 21.9 billion of rands. From this budget, there is no clear mention of how the allocation of public ordinary schools is going to be spent, which schools will receive how much, and as things stand, members of this August House know nothing in terms of the plans of the Department of Education. It is at this point where we have to educate, as we normally do, the Department of Education and this legislature, that public funds must be used for public and public representatives should at least be fully aware of how the funds will be used. At this rate, Premier, we are faced with mediocre leadership under the MEC Viola Mutumi, who just give us 4 helicopter view lines instead of a 3D view and actual tangible plan on what is the direction for education in Northwest. Speaker, the EFF strongly rejects the usage of public funds for private use and funding. Why is Honorable Mutumi and the department funding private independent schools, which masquerade as the so-called independent schools? It's a question that we'll never get an answer for. A budget has been allocated to support independent schools, whilst the government of the day is struggling to adequately support the public schools and also monitor the very same independent schools which subject our people to racism and exclusion. MEC, we're telling you now that there is a child called Homolemo Sibulai, whom you and your department are failing to make sure that he is at school. This is precisely because the Department of Education fails to cater for kids with special needs, and young children like him are not at school receiving education. Therefore, this budget of 1 billion for kids with special needs is a reflection that the Northwest provincial government does not care about those with special needs, and neither does it care about inclusivity and transformation. The department should build more schools to cater for children with special needs. Deputy Speaker, it is the first democratic president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, who says that, and I quote, "Educating all our children must be one of our most urgent priorities. We know that education, more than anything, improves our chances of building better lives." Close quote. Early childhood development experiences from birth to age 8 affect the development of the brain subjector, which provides the foundation for all future learning behavior and health, and a strong foundation that helps children to develop the skills they need to become well-functioning adults. Deputy Speaker, le odwa le salimetsi, MEC Madone Sapata, kutwa umti ukhotshwa uselula. We must prioritize early childhood development by employing practitioners on a full-time basis with full pay and pension contribution by government. This budget does not adequately cater for ECDs. The provincial government of Lazim Kosi must decide if it wants to be government of the people or a toy government. Till this day, learners of Pitiri Suleja, Masibudule, Sesobe, Ramukungala village struggle to go to school when it's raining as a result of muddy gravel roads conditions. We must not remind you, Premier, that government should work as a unit. But we must also not remind the MEC that she is supposed to build schools in these villages so that learners don't have to travel and get stuck in the mud. We need to attend to the actual infrastructure of school and the way to school. Unfortunately, the 1.3 billion is insufficient to combat the infrastructural challenges. Year in, year out, schools infrastructure collapses. Bukoropi remains a big province, and therefore it is not our belief that the budget allocated would be enough to adequately bolster and boost learners, teachers, and schools in maths and science, which are the backbone of any economy. The government of Northwest should be embarrassed that the now that is necessary for support, resources, and equipment to identify care centers for learners with profound intellectual disability grant. MEC, young learners experience racism, and there is no hope, plan, and any appetite from yourself to urgently and swiftly deal with this. This is the same department and the MEC Premier that apologizes to white racists who use vagueness of the law to escape racism and criminal activities. The EFF, under any situation, will never apologize to white racists. If anything, we will do everything in our power to defeat them. We will defeat them with their GNU. Lest we forget, Deputy Speaker, that these howlers in the sixth administration had over 100 million of rent infrastructure budget returned to national treasury due to failure to spend. I mean, how incompetent can you be? We will give you money you are unable to spend. It means you are a toy government, you're not the government of the people. The problems facing the Department of Education have been there for the past 15 years. The problem is ANC in its entirety. For sure, MEC Lehari will agree with me that you were in the department, you left to many other departments. The problems that were there are still there even till today. Reality is that schools are underdeveloped and they have shortage of teachers. Mr. Arrest, just today, there are people appearing, and ANC councillor who's appearing for fraudulent matric certificate. And this is a tradition in the ANC that people don't have matric, they don't want to go to school. So as the EFF, we reject this budget on the basis that it is not evenly and adequately split. It is an anti-poor budget. It does lip service to the genuine problems of our people. It is not inclusive, and we reject the funding of private independent schools. And we're saying we want a report, MEC, just investigate the death of learners at special schools and publicize that report. With that said, thank you very much.
Honorable Bokhatu.
Thank you very much, Honorable DS. DS, I'm raising on Rule 68 of our rule book. That is that no member may be interrupted by any other member. So,
Thank you, honorable member. You have made your point. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable Bokhatu. Honorable Botwe.
Oh, Baba Timolotsi. Motlatsa Musa Khotla. Go na le a syndrome e bitswang Peter Pan disorder. It's a syndrome called Peter Pan disorder, where ba behave ka bana ba sa batle go tsaya responsibility and behave like that. Thank you very much.
Honorable members. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I will then read on Rule 67 based on the utterances by Honorable Tabambe and read as follows. No member may use offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, and unbecoming or unparliamentary words or language or offensive, unbecoming to threaten the gesture. Honorable members, when we debate, let's not use words that are not allowed. Can I now call Honorable Steyn? Honorable Moema.
Thanks a lot, Speaker. We just have a very sincere request that much as you read those rules, read them in line with the definitions, because you can't just say a person is insulted without actually going to the definition.
Honorable Steyn, may you proceed?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is a wind of change blowing through the education sector, and it is exciting and it is encouraging. During committee deliberations, MEC Viola Mutumi indicated that her mission is to deliver quality basic education. We are confident that if she wants to realize this mission, she will have the full support of Letona wa rona, la Lefapha la Thuto wa Naha, uSiviwe Kgarube. Honorable Speaker, although MEC Motumi's commitment towards quality education in the Northwest is commendable, the department does have some problems. The safety and security of learners and teachers must be prioritized. It is encouraging that high perimeter fencing is being brought to vulnerable schools. The dilapidated classrooms further endanger both teachers and learners. Children increasingly are falling victim to cybercrime, especially to revenge or extortion porn, what they call, and exposure to trafficking. We need to look at initiatives that establish awareness and support for learners who fall victims to this new crime. Scholar transport continues to endanger the lives of learners in unroadworthy vehicles. To this end, we have tabled a motion this morning, Honourable Speaker, that this House debate at its next sitting the transfer of scholar transport function to the Department of Education from the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management. We hope that this initiative will enjoy the support across party lines, like the sentiment shared within the Portfolio Committee. Honourable Speaker, the department must eradicate asbestos schools. Last week, I was informed that Sefatlane Primary School in Zeerust had been closed by the Department of Labour because of exposure to asbestos. The school is part of the school's nutrition program, and grades R, 6, and 7 are at home, their right to education being denied. MEC Motumi, we request your intervention to bring temporary classrooms so that these learners can resume their education. We commend the department's commitment to action, the South African Human Rights Commission's recommendations to address old, dilapidated, and dangerous infrastructure in schools. But we want to see the department move with greater speed. Honourable Speaker, it's a sad indictment that the bulk of no-fee schools lack adequate infrastructure, especially like laboratories and investment in the arts and sports sciences. Established schools in urban areas have lush green lawns, committed principals, teachers, and school governing bodies committed to education, where the focus is not only on academic excellence, but also to unlock sporting and artistic talent. MEC Mutumi, let's transform all the no-fee schools in Northwest to that level of excellence. Because studies show that children who go to school where there is a strong academic focus on the sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics disciplines, with complementary sports arts programs perform far better and grow into rounded, well-rounded individuals. We need committed principals and teachers who are in class on time every day, who have expert command of their subject matter. We need to reinstate performance management agreements with every principal, who must observe in-class assessments of teachers free from any manipulation towards effective performance management. We would like to see after-school care initiatives.
Keep telling honourable members that your time is up, or you've got 1 minute left. My member just left the podium. I just